The Cubs' top prospect has arrived. Cubs and Rockies are next. From the thin air, Denver, Colorado, we're set for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Javier Baez makes his major league debut as the Cubs and Rockies play Game 1 of a 3-game series. Should be a fun one tonight, along with Jim DeShays. I'm Len Casper. I mentioned prospect, but Javier Baez is no longer a prospect. He's a big leaguer.
He's a big leaguer. He's got a couple months now to settle in. It's been an adjustment for him as he's progressed to each level. So great opportunity here to get his feet wet and settle in at the big league level. That's exactly what happened at AAA Iowa. He struggled early, but then really turned things around. Ultimately hitting .260 with 23 home runs, drove in 80. Big slugging numbers for Baez, especially of late, batting .300, 12 home runs since the beginning of July.
So he's going to bat second and play second. Let's not forget about his double play partner. It'll be fun to see these two guys play together.
Well, Javi Baez playing second because Starlin Castro is entrenched at shortstop, having a very nice year. He'd gone through a down period in the month of July, but turned it around recently. Very good in that series at Dodger Stadium with 7 out of 12. Was given Sunday off, came off the bench and got a big pinch hit. He's been really good here at Coors Field in his career. So, yes, indeed, it's going to be fun to watch these two young guys in the middle of the diamond.
Yeah, Rockies really banged up, but they score a lot of runs here at Coors Field. And we've got a rematch from last week. Left-handers on the mound. Travis Wood, 11 strikeouts last Wednesday. He and Brett Anderson each got a no decision. We'll have Cubs baseball from Denver next.
and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. AT&T Uverse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT. Mobilizing your world. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Beautiful night here in Denver. 21-year-old Javier Baez making his major league debut tonight. Looks pretty calm. Signed some autographs as well. How about the weather? 81 degrees about, hour and a half ago or so. Then it really cooled off, got down to 67, back up to 74 with blue skies above.
Pretty night to play baseball. Big night for Baez, big night for the Cubs as this first of what we expect to be many talented young players come to the big leagues in the next couple of years, and he's going to get an opportunity here to show what he can do over the next couple of months.
Let's get the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. It'll be a couple of rookies at the top. Arizmendi, Alcantara in the leadoff spot. Baez at second. And batting second, Rizzo, Castro, Ruggiano, and Valbuena in the middle. Wellington Castillo, the catcher. Junior Lake, 3 hits in his major league debut in this ballpark last year. And Travis Wood, the pitcher, will hit ninth.
Key defense for the Rockies tonight. Big outfield to cover here. Blackman, Stubbs, Barnes will patrol the outfield for the Rockies. Arenado and Rutledge on the left side of the infield. DJ LeMahieu at second base. Justin Morneau, the veteran, is the first baseman. Willian Rosario behind the plate. The Lexus starting pitcher, Brett Anderson. We saw him last week at Wrigley. He was really good in that start. Very impressive stuff. For the year, he's made 7 starts. Missed a big chunk of time on the DL. 1-3 with a 3.12. He's an extreme ground ball pitcher on a 2-seam fastball. It's good breaking stuff. Not a hard thrower, but he's a good one.
So let's get the umpires working the plate tonight. Will be veteran Marty Foster. Rob Drake is at first. Chris Guccione at second. And the crew chief Joe West over at third. And if tonight's Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Benny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to JDRF. It's Alcantara in that leadoff spot tonight. Much needed off day yesterday with a long week, especially for the bullpen last week, and we're underway. A fastball for a strike on Alcantara. The Cubs went 5-2 last week, including winning 3 of 4 against the Rockies at Wrigley Field. There's a topper handled by Josh Rutledge as shortstop, and the throw is in time.
They expect to see a lot of ground balls with Anderson on the mound. He's tough to run on as well. Here's the play by Rutledge, who's become the primary shortstop with Troy Tulowitzki on the DL.
So a nice hand from the Cub fans in attendance for Baez, 21 years old, 6 feet, 190 pounds. Natural shortstop. He played that position exclusively until getting some experience at second base the last few weeks in Iowa, and a fastball missing for ball 1.
Yeah, played 16 games at second base, made a couple errors there, and all the reports are that he made a pretty smooth transition to the other side of second base.
Well, he's got a hitter's count here, 2-0 on the rookie.
Yeah, we know one thing for sure. He's going to take some big swings.
Anderson coming back quickly, and there is that big cut. He fouled it off himself. He's got some protection on that lead elbow. I noticed he was signing autographs with his left hand. I'll have to ask him about that later. Right-handed hitter and thrower.
Didn't have to be.
2-2.
Backdoor breaking ball. If there are any concerns that the position change would affect him offensively, .339 with a .763 slugging after making the move to second base.
And he stays alive, as Rosario did not hang on to it. Still 2-2. Rizzo on deck. Things can change, obviously, but it sounds like Baez is going to basically be in this number 2 spot against lefties and righties, at least for now.
Well, I'm sure what Ricky Renteria is thinking, that by slotting him after Alcantara and before Rizzo, he may see some fastballs. You put a speedy guy on first base, he might get some fastballs to swing at.
Swing and a miss out in front. So Anderson strikes him out. 2 away.
And there are definitely holes in that swing. He strikes out a lot. His strikeout rate at AAA was right around 30%. So don't be surprised if he strikes out 1 out of every 3 at bats here at the big league level.
It was a good slider from Anderson to get him. So I got the first one out of the way. And here's Anthony Rizzo.
It's important not to peak too early. It's a wise veteran move by a young player.
Rizzo hits a ground ball to former Cub DJ LeMahieu, and Anderson with a quick 1-2-3 first inning on just 10 pitches. Travis Wood to the mound when we come back to Colorado. By Walt Weiss, they have the worst record in the National League. They've dropped 4 in a row and now 14 of their last 18. But again, they score a lot here. Charlie Blackmon is in left, Josh Rutledge in short. Nolan Arenado will play third and bat third. It's Justin Morneau, came off the DL last week in Chicago in the cleanup spot. Drew Stubbs is in center. Willeen Rosario the catcher. Brandon Barnes in right. No Cargo tonight. LeMahieu has struggled lately, and Anderson the pitcher bats ninth.
Key defense for the Cubs this evening. Lake in left, Alcantara center, Ruggiano right, third to first. We go Valbuena, Castro, Baez, Rizzo behind the plate, Wellington Castillo. Our Lexus starting pitcher, Travis Wood. It's been a good long while since he's had a W. Middle of June, 7-9, 5-10 through 22 starts. No decision last time out against the Rockies. He established a career high, however, with 11 strikeouts.
Facing a first-time All-Star, Charlie Blackmon. And he bunts.
He's out.
And he's out. Apparently he was out of the batter's box. That ball came up and hit him, and it was in fair territory. And Walt Weiss will come out and challenge Marty Foster on it. You do not see this happen very often. Hard to tell.
They're going to take a look at this one, I bet.
I think that's a tough call
to
to
me, like
make.
He's still in the box. It's very difficult for the home plate umpire to read that, right? He's looking right at the back of the batter runner.
So I believe that'll be a 2 unassisted because Castillo was the closest defender. Can't tell you the last time I saw that call made.
No, it was kind of hard to see there in that replay too, as the ball gets lost in the white of the jersey. Is that not a challengeable play? Seems to me that'd be one they take a look at.
Might not be. Here's Rutledge. Tulowitzki still on the DL. Rutledge himself only had 1 trip to the plate in that 4-game set at Wrigley due to an upper respiratory infection. Two balls, no strikes.
Travis Wood 1-1 against the Rockies in his career with a 2.77 ERA. 4 starts, 1 relief appearance against the Rocks.
Yeah, I guess that's batter's interference, right? Which I don't think is subject to review. 1-out walk to Rutledge.
Rockies got to Wood early last start and gave up 1 in the first, 2 more in the second, then settled in, ended up allowing 4 runs on 8 hits in 6 innings with those 11 strikeouts that I mentioned. 2 walks, 1 of which was intentional. Walk rate has been significantly higher for Travis this year than last. Been a big part of his problem.
Here's Arenado, owner of a 28-game hitting streak earlier this season, and now Castillo will go out as Wood has missed on 4 in a row, 5 in a row now. So the Rockies have really scuffled on the road. The worst road record in baseball, 17-39. They're a game under at home. Started the year winning 16 of 22 here at Coors Field. They've gone 11-22 since. Fly ball right field. Ruggiano battling the sun here. As this game started at around 6:40 local time, so still a lot of sun in the outfield. 2 down. And it brings up Justin Morneau, the first baseman. Had a neck strain and came off the DL last week at Wrigley Field. Rutledge at first, 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the opening inning, and a foul back.
The Rockies 4-12 since the All-Star break. They've won once in their last 8 tries. After losing 3 out of 4 to the Cubs, they went to Detroit and were swept.
Knocked down by Castillo.
Defending the outfield here always presents some significant challenges. So much room to cover. You kind of have to pick your poison, what you're going to give, what you're going to take away. And you see Alcantara there shaded well towards left center for Morneau.
Well, the Cubs did not take BP because of the rain. They had to put the tarp on the field. I didn't notice. I don't think Alcantara was able to take a lot of balls off the bat. If he did, it was during extra BP in center. But the Cubs also want him to continue to get some ground balls at second, even though he's mainly going to play center with Baez now at second. They want him to lose the feel for being an infielder. Down the left field line, Lake will come over, and that ball will be out of play. Ricky told us before the game Baez could get a little time at short, but only if Castro needs a break. Remember, he did not start on Sunday, even though Castro did get a pinch hit appearance late. Speaking of Castro, he will take care of Morneau, and that will end the Rockies first after an inning from Denver. It's the Cubs nothing and the Rockies nothing. The Dodgers, 2 starts, back-to-back 3-hit games, and then went 1 for 1 off the bench. Tweaked his back a little on a swing during that pinch hit at bat, but no problem. He was removed for a pinch runner, and he hits a ground ball to Rutledge at short.
Let's go back and take a look at Charlie Blackmon. An attempted bunt there in the first inning. If either of his feet are out of the box, he's out.
Because the ball was certainly fair, and I think they're saying the left leg.
But hit the leg, yeah. I thought it got him in the midsection first, but
right.
that look, it looked like the first contact was made with the left leg.
Yeah, I think they got it right.
That'll teach you for trying to bunt.
0-2 on Ruggiano.
Anderson throws both a slider and a curveball. Uses the same grip, just changes his release a little bit. Always a challenge here at altitude with the breaking stuff. Pitchers complain they don't get the break on the curveball, the slider that they would elsewhere.
Second round pick of the Diamondbacks out of Stillwater, Oklahoma, back in 2006. Opening day starter for the A's last year. But he finished up the year in the bullpen, spent 4 months on the shelf with a stress fracture in his right foot. 1-2 to Ruggiano. They're going in. And it was up a little bit. 5th start since April 12th at San Francisco, when he broke his index finger on that left hand while hitting a ground ball. Very odd. 3-2. That deflects off his glove, and it'll trickle into left field. That looked like an easy play for Rutledge, but Anderson couldn't help himself. He put out the glove, and Ruggiano might send him a Christmas card as a result.
Yeah, that ball had a little topspin on it. Anderson was not able to corral it. And you're right, if he lets it go, it's an easy play for Rutledge. See, that really throws the top hand, and that ball's got a lot of topspin.
Luis Valbuena takes a curve for a strike. He had a nice week. 3 home runs last week. 2 were game tires. He now has 10 on the year. If you just joined us, Javier Baez in his first career plate appearance struck out swinging in the first. Off the plate. And they'll get the double play. That'll go 6-3. That ball took Rutledge right to second base, and Anderson turns another double play against the Cubs. Rays and the Milwaukee Brewers come in for 7 games. Make sure to visit WrigleyField100.com for all the planned 80s festivities. For tickets, go to Cubs.com today. That looks like Red Rocks. Chicago and REO Speedwagon. See, there's JD doing his ab work.
Yeah, that was me earlier today. There's a baby with a hat.
You have not been to Red Rocks?
Have not.
Go. Please?
Right now?
No, not now. I don't care who's playing there. Just go. You will enjoy it. Drew Stubbs facing his former Reds teammate Travis Wood. I talked to him today. He said he really enjoys these matchups. They're good friends. He obviously played behind Travis in center field, so he's very familiar with his MO. And because they're tight, he said, I really want to beat them when we match up. 2-0. And this time he does. Line drive into center field for their first hit.
See if Walt Weiss tries to get a little aggressive with his base runners. His club has had a hard time scoring runs lately. They've struggled here in their own ballpark, as Len mentioned, for a good while now. Tough to run on Travis Wood. Less so this year than in the past, but still it's a bit of a challenge. Stubbs, though, would be one guy to look at in this lineup who might contemplate it. He's stolen 13 bases in 15 tries.
Now they score 5.7 runs per game at home, 3.5 on the road. How about this?
They just need to schedule better. Their AD needs to get them a better schedule.
Their OPS as a team at home is .877. By far leading the majors. The second place team in terms of OPS in their home ballpark, the Blue Jays, .799. I mean, they're leading the pack by about 80 points.
Yeah, so the baseballs are stored in a humidor here. It's been going on for a few years now to try to cut down on the offense, but still such a hitter-friendly place.
Rosario with a base hit past a diving Valbuena, and the Rockies have 2 on with nobody out.
I heard a study once that the ball travels 18% faster here at altitude, whether it's in the air on the the sharply hit ball, so it gets through the infield quicker. Obviously flies out of here because of the altitude. That's why they had to build such a big ballpark. And for me, that's the biggest difference maker here, because they had to allow for the carry factor. The outfield is huge, and outfielders have a long way to run to track down balls, so singles turn into doubles, doubles turn into triples, bloopers falling in front of outfielders that would be caught in other ballparks.
Brandon Barnes takes ball 1.
Then you got the whole deal about the breaking pitch, pitchers struggling with their breaking ball, and then of course the psychological factor for a pitcher coming in, especially making 1 or 2 starts a year here as a visiting player. You're like, I don't want to pitch at Coors Field. That's probably not the mindset you need to go out there with.
Good rip at that one. He fouled it straight back.
Every now and then you see a really well-pitched, low-run game here, but for the most part, you come in here, you're thinking, it's going to be 8-6, 12-9.
Well, here's the other one. By way of, I guess, asking you a question. That's fair. A fair ball. Joe West with a little hesitation before making the call. And the Rockies are going to get 2 runs as Castro couldn't handle the throw. And the throw to third is in time. So Barnes got a little ahead of himself and makes the first out at third, but he does drive in a couple to make it 2-0. And Ricky's coming out, I think, to make sure that ball was actually fair. Although I don't know if this is challengeable because it was in front of Joe West, which I think is what he's telling him. You can only challenge a ball, I think, is hit at an umpire or behind him.
Yeah, and so a very quick conversation there, and Renteria headed back to the dugout. Interesting how this game works. Castro's misplay turns into an out as Barnes got a little overly aggressive, tried to go from second to third with nobody out.
All right, so here's the question.
Here's the question.
In the history of Coors Field, what would you imagine the approximate batting average on balls in play would be for everybody? Deep to right field. Ruggiano makes the catch on the warning track.
Well, I would say it's going to be 318.
330.
330.
So that's the other part of it, is because you have such spacious dimensions, you are rewarded as a hitter just for making contact.
Well, that's what a guy like Castro would thrive here, and he has in his career.
So I think ultimately strikeout pitchers are what you want in this ballpark, but most teams want strikeout pitchers anyway.
Yeah.
So
our pitchers and fleet-footed outfielders.
Anderson, fair into the right field corner. That's just his second major league hit, and both have been doubles.
And we can't blame that one on the ballpark. That's a double anywhere you play the game. One pulled right down the line like that. Same for Barnes, as a matter of fact. Pretty good looking swing there by Brett Anderson. Came into this game with an .077 batting average. Right on the line. Yeah, and so 330 here. Batting average on balls in play, probably over the course of while the Rockies have been the franchise has existed, probably somewhere between 290 and 305. I'm guessing that year by year, that's kind of where it runs. So that's a very significant difference.
Fouled off.
Anderson looked like he knew what he was doing here with this swing. Look at that. Good coil. Throws the head. Finishes high. That looks legit.
The answer to that question is overall since 1995 when this park opened, and that includes Coors Field in the mix. We could try to separate it. 298. So yeah, pretty big difference. Ruggiano makes the grab to end the inning, but a 2-run double by Brandon Barnes, who had a game-winning knock in Chicago last week, and it's 2-zip Rockies after 2.
Third. Next homestand, we celebrate the 80s this Friday. 3:05 first pitch. The Rays are in town. First 10,000 fans will receive an illuminating first night game Rick Sutcliffe bobblehead presented by Las Vegas. This is the 8th of 10 special Wrigley Field bobblehead giveaways. Visit Cubs.com to reserve your seat today. Stay hydrated.
I don't know if that's
no.
the right kind of hydration,
no.
but just to follow up on Coors Field baseball, that Brandon Barnes running mistake is a bigger mistake here than it is elsewhere. You do not want to run out of an inning in this ballpark. Would have been 2-0 runner at third, nobody out. But the Rockies did not score after he was thrown out. Breaking ball is hit in the air to center. Stubbs on the move makes the catch. We'll get Castillo.
A rare ball in play in the air off Anderson.
So got the 6-3 double play to end the top of the second. He got double play balls in each of the first 3 innings in that last start at Wrigley. Big smile from Junior when I said, well, you're back. The site of your 3-hit debut. He's got the ball from his first hit. Said he had the bat, but he's not quite sure where that is. You know, batting gloves, other things from that Major League debut here on July 19th, 2013.
See if Anderson challenges him here with a heater. Jumped at it a little bit. I'm going to try to spin it. I'm going to throw him off speed stuff. They're going to try to keep it down around the knees. If he's able to lay off that, get himself into some fastball counts, he'll be able to have a chance to do some damage.
Here comes the 2-1, now 2-2. By the way, the roster move the Cubs made, and they selected Baez as they sent out Blake Parker. And has been on that ride back and forth between AAA and the big leagues all year. Full count, 3-2. Woods on deck. Owner of 3 home runs already this season.
I was talking about the psychological impact of this ballpark and how most pitchers don't want to pitch here, but Travis Wood, he's such a good hitter, he probably relishes the opportunity to play in this ballpark.
So the Cubs with a more standard 7-man bullpen, at least for tonight. Kyuji Fujikawa might be activated at some point this week. And at that point, the Cubs undoubtedly will go back to 8 in the bullpen. They're going to have to watch his innings coming back from Tommy John surgery.
Well, now, right, it's just a matter of massaging the roster until we get to September, and then they can call people up and no longer becomes an issue.
93 from Anderson. He gets a swing and a miss for his second strikeout of the night.
Well, Junior got some fastballs in that sequence. He had a 2-0 count. Went inside with a couple of heaters, and then this time Junior going up out of the zone to try to get into one.
Wood with a ground ball to Rutledge. And the Cubs go down in order for the second time in the first 3 innings. Anderson has faced the minimum with a 2-0 lead. Coverage starts at 12:30. It's White Sox pregame live, presented by Lexus of Merrillville. White Sox hosting the Rangers tomorrow at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
A time now for you to tweet your photo using hashtag NorthsideFanPhoto for a chance to have it appear later in tonight's broadcast, brought to you by AT&T.
Beautiful setting for baseball and pretty much everything else. Foothills of the Rockies here in Denver.
That little guy's trying to steal some signs.
Rutledge, Arenado, and Morneau against the lefty Wood. Won't see Tulowitzki in this series. Michael Kadire on the DL. Carlos Gonzalez day-to-day with an ankle. Sounds like he is available to pinch hit tonight. In the air out into deep right center. And it'll be Ruggiano to make the catch for the out. Cargo. Cubs certainly not too unhappy that he's out of the lineup. He's always hit well against the Cubs uniform. And the Rockies haven't lost a series at home to the Cubs in 10 years. Arenado swings at the first one. And an infield pop-up. It's the shortstop Castro to make the grab.
Balbuena had me deked.
I think Wood and Anderson here are kind of challenging each other to see who can work the fastest half inning.
Well, it's interesting. There's a lot of similarities. You know, left-handers that aren't power guys that work quickly. We know Wood can hit. We just found out that Anderson can hit a little bit.
Morneau lines out to the rookie Baez, who will bat second in the fourth, with the Cubs trailing 2-0. Out yesterday that Javier Baez was coming up to the big leagues. Twitter blew up. Cub fans everywhere very excited about the debut tonight. Signing autographs for the young Cub fans before the game. Wearing number 9 as Alcantara takes a strike. 2-0 Colorado as we play the fourth. Javier struck out in his first at bat, and he's on deck.
Yeah, it's an interesting position he's in. I mean, Alcantara obviously preceded him here, but of the guys that are with the quote-unquote core four, he's the first one to get here, and now we got a little injury issue with Anderson, it looks like. But so, you know, the fans have been waiting for these guys and been told, you know, be patient, be patient, be patient, and now Baez becomes the first guy to get to the big league, so expectations start to climb. I imagine there's going to be a bit of a media circus on Friday at Wrigley Field. So I think it was a great idea to bring him up, get him started here on the road.
That's it. Anderson is done. Didn't even give us a chance to tell you the Rockies tied a major league record tonight, at least in the last 100 years. Their 20th straight start by a lefty. We're thinking back.
Well, yeah, looks very walking. Back leg, something lower body, lower unit issue here for Anderson. This is a big break for the Cubs because he was dealing yet again.
Yeah, looks like lower back.
Yeah, I know that feeling. When you get out of bed every morning.
So Walt Weiss with an early call to his bullpen. We'll tell you who the new Rockies pitcher is when we come back.
I'm trying to figure it out. Looking for a volunteer.
Anderson with a 2-0 lead, leaving due to some sort of injury. Back, hip, core, not quite sure. It'll be another left-hander, Franklin Morales, and now just playing catch with Willeen Rosario. Time for our lows never stop improving. Javier Baez got off to a slow start. See what he did in April. Middle of May, he was at 142, but hitting 305 since, and on Sunday hit 2 home runs.
Yeah, power numbers really taking off as the weather heated up and he settled in a little bit. You know, he swings and misses a lot, but he'll take his walks. Franklin Morales has been used as both a starter and a reliever this year, so he's certainly stretched out, capable of working multiple innings here. There is a platoon advantage to be had in a situation like this because with a lefty starter, the Cubs have all their left-handed hitters on the bench for the most part. Most of their left-handed hitters and a lot of right-handed hitters in the lineup. Sometimes if you have options, you know, and long relief, you'd prefer to go to the right-hander here because you got all the right-handed bats that the Cubs have in the lineup.
So Morales just moved back to the Rockies bullpen. Johan Flande will replace him and make the start on Thursday. And still just playing catch, not even yet on the mound. Earlier today, got some thoughts from Starlin Castro, who, by the way, took Javier Baez out to dinner last night after he arrived here, getting ready for his big league debut. And here's what Starlin had to say.
I think I'm really happy for him. He called me yesterday when getting, and I take it from dinner. We go dinner together, yeah, and we having fun. You know, I think it's gonna be fun for him and fun for me to play together, and it's gonna be a great team, really soon. Yeah, we talk in the game, we talk in practice, we talk in everything. I think it's gonna be really good to have him here. You know, to work with him, to play with him. I think it's going to be 2 months really fun.
Do you expect that he'll maybe struggle a little bit, at least early, getting used to him?
I don't know. I think it's not for him. I think he have a great talent. I think he can be good right away. You know, I think that's what I think. You know, they can be good right away. He don't need like a time for be good at this level. But I think it's gonna be good right away, and hopefully happen like that.
You sensed that he was ready because Sunday you said, I hope he's here soon.
Yeah. No, I don't even know. I know the next day that I go in the computer or whatever and I see it, and wow, I say something they good and they're coming out right away. Like I say, I'm really happy for him. They having him here. I think of this team with these young talent that we have.
So what's next? What do you want next?
Who, Soler? They have to bring it too. There's Brian. They bring those guys right now, and next year we have a really young team, and we can be together and we can prove it, you know, because you know we got a lot of talent, a lot of players that can play in this level, and I think it's going to be good for us.
Got any wish for any pitching?
Starlin playing GM. He wants them all here now. Chatting before the game, and had a long chat with Carlos Villanueva. Carlos said he's really impressed with how Starlin and Anthony Rizzo have kind of slowly started to be a little more vocal in the clubhouse and talking to a lot of the younger players because this is becoming their club.
Well, you know, it's Ricky Renteria talks about it a lot. Managers prefer to have some veteran guys in their clubhouse who can kind of help lead the way. Some clubs have it, some clubs don't, and if they don't, then it falls on the coaches and the manager to be, you know, to constantly be diligent. But you'd love to have your players also back you up, whether it's, you know, the way certain players approaching the game or, you know, the way his body language, whatever it may be. And Ricky's hoping that Rizzo and Castro can be those guys, even though they're young players, haven't been in the league all that long. He's hoping that they can be those guys to help mentor this wave of young players that's coming along. Because frankly, we don't know what this roster is going to look like next year. How many of the guys that, you know, was kind of semi-veteran guys, how many are going to be here? But we feel pretty comfortable that Castro and Rizzo are going to be here. So it's not just being vocal in the clubhouse. For me, that's a small piece of it. It's about how you approach the game and how you play the game every day. So it's how you go down the baseline on a routine ground ball to short. What kind of secondary leads do you take? Do you take advantage of a ball in the dirt? Are you always engaged in hustling and playing the game hard? That message a lot easier for Ricky Renteria to deliver if his other core guys that have been here a couple of years play that way.
Let's quickly hear from Anthony Rizzo on Javier Baez and his debut tonight.
Yeah, it's very exciting. It's a good step for everyone here, for the entire organization.
Did you make it happen?
No, it definitely did not. But obviously, playing in Colorado and facing lefties is a great time to start any power right-handed hitter's career. So hopefully he runs with a few balls, gets a few hits early to relax himself.
So Morales now ready to work against Alcantara in a 1-strike count after Anderson had to leave due to injury. And we resume, and a fastball is in there for a strike.
Well, Morales, like Anderson, is a 4-pitch pitcher, fastball, curve, slider, change. Not the ground ball pitcher that Anderson is.
Right on cue, ground ball foul.
Yeah.
But that doesn't count because it was hit foul.
No, yeah. Well, Anderson came into this game with a ground ball rate of 60%, which is crazy high.
Wine in the 0-2, a curveball low and outside. 2-2. Low 90s fastball. He's got a cutter. Saw the curveball.
Velocity's down this year, according to Fangraphs. 3 miles per hour off what he was in 2012. A little better than a mile off what he was last year.
Stubbs will catch that liner for the first out. And here comes Baez for the second time. Born in Puerto Rico, went to high school in Jacksonville, Florida. And the pitch, it's a strike. Cubs minor league player of the year last year between Daytona and Tennessee. He led all of the minors with 111 RBIs, with 37 homers. Strike two.
And so 60 minor league home runs between last year and this. And Morales been somewhat home run prone this year. He's allowed 19 home runs in 103 innings. Not predicting anything, just saying. The reputation is the fastest bat in the minor leagues. Draws comparisons to Gary Sheffield. Got that little waggle at the top that's reminiscent of Sheffield.
Ninth overall pick in the 2011 draft.
Big leg kick.
Going up and in with some heat. And he hits a ground ball that's cut off by the Gold Glover Arenado, and he throws to first in time. So Baez 0 for 2.
Gold Glove winner last year, Arenado, as a rookie, only the second rookie third baseman to win a Gold Glove. Frank Malzone of the Red Sox back in the day did it. It's back when they only gave out one to all of Major League Baseball, one per position, I should say.
In there on Rizzo, who has slugged better against lefties and righties. About 30 points. One and one. Inside. 2-0 Rockies on a double by Josh Rutledge in the second. Or Barnes, rather. Brandon Barnes with that double. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Well, maybe not as quick as Anderson in terms of tempo, but Morales not wasting a lot of time out there either.
Job by Rizzo just to wait back and fight off that curve. Cubs have done some damage here. In the last month or so, they've had 15 games of at least 10 hits since July 1st. Most in the National League. They have only one here early on tonight. Rocketed foul. Still 2-2. Morales originally signed by these Rockies back in 2002 out of Venezuela. The leap, the catch by LeMahieu. Gonzalez comes in, works a 1-2-3-4 after the Anderson injury. Still 2-0 Rockies.
Well, it's party of the century, and check this out. This is a Retro Toy Sunday. 1:20 start with the Rays. First 5,000 kids 13 and younger are going to take home a Cubs Rubik's Cube. Of course they are. Cubs.com. And also after the ball game, kids the 13 and younger will get a chance to run the bases. Could you ever do the Rubik's Cube?
I did. I don't know if I ever. I don't think I ever got the whole thing. I got like 2 or 3 sides, but that was about it. How about you?
No, I didn't do very well with that. And I don't know, like directionally, spatially, I'm challenged in a lot of things. So I'm guessing that's, I don't know what skill set you have to be good at that, but I don't have it. Patience, perhaps. Patience.
I do not possess it.
Patience, diligence, and a strong mind.
1 strike on Drew Stubbs. Bounce to the shortstop, Castro. 1 away. Bring up the catcher, Rosario. He singled and scored in the second. Just like Stubbs did. Both came home on the Barnes double.
A little mishandle in the outfield by Castro on the relay. Barnes tried to go to third base. They threw him out, and 2 batters later, the pitcher Brett Anderson rocked one into the right field corner. So that little over aggressive base running play by Barnes cost the Rockies a run, perhaps more.
Ball 1 on Rosario. Big deal for Rosario over the weekend in Detroit. He got to meet his boyhood hero, Pudge Rodriguez, who was being honored by the Tigers. They had a nice chat. He pops it up shallow right. Looks like Ruggiano will take it. Well, one thing we've noticed for night games, and it's not just Wellington Castillo, but a lot of catchers, they have what looks like nail polish on their fingers, but it's not. Those are decals, and I happened to put them on earlier just to show you that it's not actually nail polish. It's a company out of Los Angeles that makes them, and John Baker gave us each a pack of 100
game signs. Don't get crossed up.
Don't get crossed up. Now, I gave some signs. Did we record that?
It's the only
I'd be a terrible catcher.
Baseball, softball signal enhancement sticker. I'm going to wear these in a restaurant when you're trying to get the waiter's attention.
That's a good idea.
What do you got? Curveball.
Fastball.
A little sinker away. Uh-oh, pitch out.
Thankfully, they cut it off before I gave you another signal.
Now.
1-1 on Barnes. Here's the pitch. Sounded like he busted his bat as Lake makes a catch. Travis Wood settling in after those 2 runs in the second. And long on Comcast Sportsnet, brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Visit Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. So the Javier Baez show has started here in Denver.
Yeah, about time, right? I feel like we've been talking about this guy since spring training, and now that he's here, he'll have 8 weeks to kind of prove himself, and I think Starlin will be a big part of his adjustment here after what Story did for him as a rookie. He took him out to dinner last night, so it'll be fun to watch those guys together.
And here is Castro leading it off. 2-0 Rockies, and Starlin went for a strike. Surprised it happened this early?
I think so, just in terms of, it feels like we've been asking the Baez question, every time we see anyone from the front office. And if you listen to people over the weekend at Dodger Stadium, it sounded like there was no hurry. But I think that Javi really earned it the way he kind of turned it on in Iowa. And he's someone he's a gym rat. He was talking about how after games at Iowa, he'd like to go hit in the cage at like midnight. So
Castro strikes out. And I think there's an acknowledgement that he could struggle, and that's okay. I don't think there's an expectation that he'll struggle or that he'll be the best hitter in the league. I think they just want to see him face major league pitching. The Cubs are going to play a lot of teams in the race down the stretch. And I'm talking to some guys in the clubhouse today. Wesley Wright, he said, I think it's good to bring up a kid in the middle of the season. He said, I think there's a lot of pressure when you start a season making your big league debut. So the guys I talked to, they thought to a man it was a good idea to bring him up now.
Those guys wanted him up here. I mean, it wasn't hard to find people to give you quotes of saying, yeah, let's see what they got. And it was the same way I asked them about Bryant today, that these guys know how talented they are, and Samardzija had been saying it since spring training of, you got to bring all your bullets to the big leagues, and we'll see what these guys got.
1-2 on Ruggiano. Hard hit grounder right to Arenado, makes it look really easy. 2 outs.
Well, the reality is, right, there's a greater chance that he struggled than there is that he'll just go off. I mean, it's possible, but yeah, the bottom line is he's going to gain valuable experience. He's going to face a lot of good big league pitching. He's going to have a chance to make that adjustment this year so he doesn't have to make it next year.
Patrick, did he say Major League Baseball University? That was your lead. That's that story, the legend. So witnesses say he said it? Is that what we're hearing? And yes. He says he didn't?
Someone told me that story years ago that had a banquet for a prestigious banquet for Florida's best high school players. You're supposed to introduce yourself to the room, say your name and college choice. And he said Javier Baez, Major League University. He denied that happened, but the story was told with such specific details, and the Cubs person was laughing about it. That
he should
own it. Yeah.
Even if he didn't say it, it's a good story. Well, he's in the university now. 2-0 Colorado in the 5th. Bears Martellus Bennett suspended. Reaction to the Javier Baez Cubs debut. See all that and more on Sportsnet Central tonight at 10, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Bounced foul by DJ LeMahieu.
So we spent a good while talking about what a good hitter's ballpark this is and how many high-run games you see here. And so far, the Cubs have 1 hit, went off the pitcher's glove. The Rockies have 4 hits that came in the span of 5 batters in the 2nd inning. Other than that, nothing.
LeMahieu 0 for his last 20, but he came in with a 12-game home hitting streak. 1 for 17 on the year against the Cubs, a team he had previously had a lot of success against his former team. Even with those recent struggles, hitting over 300 against Chicago. As Wood gets a sign from Castillo with those pretty nails. And low. 2-2.
Hi.
We see you. Hello.
Hey.
Hi. Into his motion. The 2-2 is high. It's full. 3-2. Morales on deck.
Well, you talked about the importance of keeping things tight on the bases. Don't give away any outs. Same thing with walks. You don't want to walk people in this ballpark. You're going to give up enough hits anyway because of all the area, all the room out there.
And there is a dreaded leadoff walk in front of the pitcher, no less. He will be asked to lay down a bunt. Morales And his feet up, I'm sure, in the bullpen. All of a sudden summoned when Anderson got hurt, and he has faced 6 batters and retired all of them.
The big challenge for a pitcher in that situation is to make sure you're ready. You come out and you take your warm-ups out on the game mound. You're told you have all the time you need.
He's got to go to first, so Morales gets it done. Baez covering. It'll go 5-4.
But when you're out there taking your warm-ups, you get the sense that there's 30,000 people staring at you, kind of drumming their fingers, going, "All right, pal, let's go anytime."
Blackman is 0 for 2. Season series will end in 2 days. 7 games over 11 days. Again, the Cubs won 3 of 4 at Wrigley Field last week. 2 of the games went to extras.
And one was extra.
Yeah, we went to what? Quadruple OT?
Mm-hmm. Yep. 6 hours, 27 minutes. Longest by time in both these teams' franchise history.
Buena makes the catch on the Blackman pop-up for out number 2.
Yeah, I was talking earlier about the comparisons with Wood and Anderson, and obviously not as relevant now that Anderson's out of the game. The big difference being Anderson's an extreme ground ball pitcher, and Wood is not. Wood gets a lot of outs in the air, fly balls, and when he's at his best, a lot of little jam shot pop-ups.
Turned into a lovely evening here in Denver. We've got some late afternoon showers. It really cooled things off, about 15 degrees, but then it warmed up again into the mid-70s. And the 0-1 is shanked foul. Pitching matchup tomorrow will be Jake Arrieta and Jordan Lyles, who's scheduled to come off the disabled list. Kyle Hendricks, the rookie, on Thursday against left-hander Johan Flande. We'll have tomorrow night's game on Comcast Sportsnet, same time. So did you see the Pujols-Puig?
I did.
Exchange last night?
Yep.
Curious to get your thoughts. So I hate to do it with 2 strikes and 2 outs. And the ball rolled into center. LeMahieu will score, and the Rockies cash in on the leadoff walk. Rutledge makes it 3-0.
Now Travis Wood more upset with himself with the walk than the RBI single.
So last night the Dodgers hosting the Angels, and late in the game with the Angels up 5-0. I think it was the 8th inning, right?
I'm not sure exactly when it was.
Yasiel Puig went back, caught a fly ball kind of on his heels in deep left center, and Albert Pujols tagged, went to second, kind of catching Puig off guard. And then there was another fly ball, and as it was hit, Puig was basically daring Pujols to try to run to third, kind of wagged his finger at him, and Pujols kind of made a gesture toward him.
Yeah, basically saying, what do you want me to do when you Cadillac that previous ball? I'm supposed to tag up in advance there.
That one softly lined in the left by Arenado. Back-to-back 2-out hits.
Yeah, and I don't know the nature of that, if just Albert having some fun with Puig or if he's been trying to teach him a lesson. I don't know. And
Puig made the mistake.
And Puig also did the finger wag earlier.
He did.
He made a throw and somebody didn't advance.
Back to first, yep.
Yeah, so he did the Mutombo, no, you don't run on me thing. You know, that debate is kind of is out there now, isn't it? How much fun do you let guys have? It's showmanship, it's entertainment, fans like it, but there's also the side of the game that says that's not really, quote unquote, respecting the game.
High for a ball on Morneau.
I thought it was pretty cool back in the day when Bo Jackson would throw somebody out and then he'd blow the smoke off the top of the pistol and put it back in the holster.
Here's our AT&T UVerse multi-view. 3-0 Rockies in the 5th. Outside for a ball on Morneau, 2-0. Yeah, well, didn't the Angels kind of mock Fernando Rodney's arrow thing earlier? So yeah,
I guess that's the thing. If you're going to be that guy that shoots the imaginary arrow and wags the finger, then you bring it on yourself. Yeah, you're going to.
On the ground to Castro, a little bobble, but he still has time to get Morneau at first. Leadoff walk leads to an extra run for the Rockies, who now lead 3-0 at the end of 5. The Cubs welcome in the Brewers at 7:05. Boy Scouts and their families who purchase specially priced tickets to the Cubs special events page will participate in a post-game lap and get a uniform patch. Tickets and details are only available through Cubs.com/special events. The new rooftop high above right field. That's been a very popular place here at Coors Field, and a nice crowd tonight.
Yeah, they're packed in up there on the rooftop. Good place to hang out, people watch. They got all kinds of comfortable seating, couches out there, fireplace.
So 5280, I would imagine that's the elevation. Castillo elevates deep to left and gone. Way back there. That's about 20 rows up. And the Cubs are on the board. It's 3-1.
Just the second hit of the night, but a very large hit by Wellington Castillo. That one's out anywhere. Watch the bat release. He knows he got it. Here's your Ford home run replay. That's number 8 for Wellington Castillo.
It ties his career high of 8 set last year.
Yeah, I still think he's going to morph into a guy the Cubs can count on for 12 to 15 home runs a year.
One and one on Lake. Morales in relief of an injured Brett Anderson.
Jason Stark's got a story out. He says we're going to have a new commissioner in less than 10 days.
Bud Selig,
owners
just turned 80, and this is his final year.
Yeah, they've got owners meetings are coming up, and he says it's been narrowed down to 3 candidates. Chief Operating Officer Rob Manfred, his name's been out there for a while. Vice President for Business Tim Brosnan, and this is kind of a new one here.
That's going to drop foul. Let me guess. Pierce Brosnan?
Pierce Brosnan is making a movie. Otherwise, he would be. Red Sox chairman Tom Werner apparently is gaining some momentum. According to this story, Jerry Reinsdorf and Artie Moreno are pushing for Werner. So it's kind of like electing a pope. You know, they vote, and if they don't get the proper number of votes, they got to start all over again. It's like electing a pope without the puff of smoke. Maybe they do. I don't know. It's a cigar smoke. You know?
Right.
Candidate needs 23 of the 30 votes, 30 owners. And so if he doesn't get it, then it'd be a second ballot and so on and so forth until someone is finally elected.
Well, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's a good gig.
That one smacked into center by Junior Lake. Back-to-back hits to start this 6th inning.
A good quiet lower body that time from Junior, and it pays off. Morales had retired 6 in a row after coming into the ballgame, but he did give up some good contact in that 4th inning, some solid contact. Alcantara hit his ball hard to center, and Rizzo hit a bullet to second base for an out. I'd be tempted not to bunt with Travis Wood.
He will pick up a sacrifice.
You know, that's the book play, right? That's the percentage play. This is what most everybody would do. But in this park, he being such a good hitter, I'd be tempted to turn him loose.
So I was looking today at Travis Wood in terms of his Silver Slugger candidacy. And I guess if the season ended today, I think he would be the runner-up to Madison Bumgarner, who's hitting .271, 3 home runs, 12 RBIs. Wood at .262, 3 homers, 10 RBIs. So maybe if he could hit another homer or two, that wouldn't hurt.
Bumgarner has a grand slam, maybe 2, and maybe 2 in his career. I know there's some Madison Bumgarner grand slam story. Are you Googling that?
Yeah, well, it's easy to find.
I figure, yeah.
Very easy.
I don't want to have us both chasing that. It'd be redundant.
Swing and a miss on the curve. Bumgarner hit one off De La Rosa and off Matt Stites. All 3, and one off Franklin Morales. That was a solo shot. The other 2 grand slams.
Wow.
Yes. all coming at AT&T Park. Swing and a foul tip for strike 3. So Baez will bat for the 3rd time tonight, but the 1st time with a runner on base, and it's Junior Lake at second. Strikeout in the 1st, ground out in the 4th.
He is not pulling that iron out. He's pulling the driver out on every hole. And man, that bat is a blur when it comes through the zone.
Chomping on that gum as he takes a curve over for a strike.
And I imagine early on, at least, Billy Miller and Mike Brumley will just let him do his thing, won't tinker with his swing or won't get into his head too much. Just go do your thing, kid. We'll watch you hit for a while. And if we have any suggestions down the road, we'll talk to you.
He was a little late on that fastball, a little up in the zone. And is 0 for 3 to start his career. The Cubs get 1 on the Castillo leadoff homer. It's now 3-1 Colorado.
Of music during 80s rock night at Wrigley Field. The Cubs play the Brewers. It's Wednesday, August 13th. First pitch at 7:05. Fans who purchase Budweiser bleacher tickets through the Cubs special events page will receive special Cubs Zubaz pants. Tickets are only available through Cubs.com/special events.
You're all over that.
Man, I used to have a wide assortment. And when I say wide, that's double meaning.
Stubbs bunts foul.
They were in baseball back in the day. They kind of, I talk about this, how the baseball's a herd mentality right now. Everybody's growing those beards. Well, back then, everybody was wearing those Zubaz. We were styling.
The 3-1 the score, rather. Stubbs singles into left. He's 2 for 3 against his former teammate. He's had a really good year with the Rockies. Drew Stubbs. Now the catcher, Rosario.
Well, you never feel like you're out of a ball game when you're down 3-1, regardless of where you are. But when you're here at Coors Field down 3-1, you feel even more comfortable about your chances to come back. But you're in the middle innings. Can't afford to fall too far behind. Rosario's dangerous. Got real good power. Trying to jam him with that cut fastball. Hoping to get a little ground ball to the left side of the infield, perhaps.
MVP candidate Troy Tulowitzki just can sit and watch. That's all he can do. He's on the DL.
Well, it's interesting, right? So the Tulowitzki, MVP candidate hurt. Paul Goldschmidt, MVP candidate, done. Andrew McCutchen, MVP candidate, hurt. Not DL'd yet.
Right.
I don't believe. It's a bad time to be a top player in the NL.
Right. He's got a rib fracture.
But not the bone, right? Some kind of a
avulsion fracture.
Yeah, like the cartilage or something.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if it has anything to do with the hit by pitch the other day. Let's see. Clint Hurdle going to the MLB.com story. Yeah, McCutchen said he didn't know if the fracture had any correlation to the plunking. His manager did not think they were related. He said connecting them was a conspiracy theory. So, yeah.
Well, it's hard not to at least have that cross your mind, right?
Yeah, but I give him credit for saying that he doesn't think it's related, because it would be very easy for the manager to do that. Yeah. Certainly coincidental. Nonetheless, as Stubbs takes off, and that is low for ball 4.
Walk number 3 for Travis tonight. He has not struck out a batter. That's interesting, isn't it? This is the same club that he set a career high with 11 strikeouts against last time out.
So Barnes in this very spot hit one just fair down into the left field corner for a 2-run double. That was back in the second.
So if you're Barnes, you should be looking away, right? No one's going to bunt.
He bunts. Throw to third in time on a close play. A little bit of a risk by Travis Wood, but down 3-1. He took a chance and got the out.
Well, Walt Weiss obviously is planning on hitting for Morales here, else Barnes isn't bunting in this situation. Because if it's 8-hole, then your pitcher coming up, you don't have Barnes bunt. I'm surprised he bunted anyway, but good play by Wood. That's all. It's very difficult. You see, Anthony Rizzo typically very aggressive defending that bunt, but it's a situation where you're not, you're not selling out on defending the bunt in that situation with Barnes up there. But Travis is such a good athlete, it makes it very difficult to get that bunt down successfully. Well, I'm eating my words because Morales is on deck. But there is action in the bullpen, right? So one of two things. Either Walt Weiss called for that bunt and he's going to hit for Morales, or Brandon Barnes did that on his own.
Meantime, 0-1 on LeMahieu. Up and in. Yeah, I think people will be surprised, and again, we don't know what actually happened there, but when guys do bunt on their own in that spot, feeling like they're doing something to help the team, that aggravates a lot of managers.
Oh, yeah.
No, bunt if we tell you. That one got all the way by, so after Wood got that out at third.
Yeah, the advantage gained is now lost. Now Morales is being called back.
It's going to be a wild pitch. And the infield has to come in. Charlie Culberson is now on deck instead of Morales.
Looking for his first strikeout of the night. He would love to get it here.
I think he did. Yep. LeMahieu could not hold up. And now Culberson will be pulled back. That is Travis Wood's first strikeout. How about that?
Yeah.
Struck out 11, a career high in his last start, which came against his same team.
Yep, and Mayhew did go far enough. Corey Dickerson, a left-handed hitter, having a very nice year. This kid's got a good-looking swing. He'll be called upon to pinch hit here.
They'll bring out Chris Bosio.
A refresher on Dickerson, perhaps. And conversation as to what their approach will be with him, just in general terms, and also with the base open. If you fall behind, how aggressive are we going to be? If you get ahead of him, here's what I suggest you use to finish him off.
Other action. Tigers and Yankees have gone to the 10th in New York, tied at 3. Same in Philadelphia. Astros and Phillies are 1-1, top 10. Ryan Howard has hit number 17. 5-run 8th. Gave the Marlins a 6-3 win at Pittsburgh. So second and third, 2 outs. We're in the 6th. And the pinch hitter Dickerson. And a strike called.
Versus lefties, Dickerson 265. Solid. 762 OPS, well above average. Not really worried so much about the S part of that OPS right now. Doesn't need to slug, just needs a little base hit to likely score 2. A walk keeps the line moving for Charlie Blackmon.
Missed away. 2-1.
Dickerson as a pinch hitter has been good. 5 out of 15.
Two from Travis Wood. Edwin Jackson got the win on Sunday. Another struggling veteran trying to grab one tonight, but he's trailing. Trying to keep it close here. Wood has not won a game since June 15th. It was 9 starts ago. Kick, the 2-2, he struck him out. So the Rockies strand a couple in scoring position, and we'll head off to the 7th. It's 3-1 Colorado.
At the Sheraton Chicago Hotel and Towers, January 16th, 17th, and 18th. Room blocks are now open and can be reserved by visiting CubsConvention.com or by calling 1-800-325-3535. Be sure to ask for the Cubs Convention rate. All reservations come with convention passes built into the hotel package.
Right-hander Tommy Kahnle will take over for the Rockies here in the 7th. And just for a moment, let me have a word on the rules of baseball that say a starting pitcher can't get a win if he doesn't go 5 innings. I think when it's all said and done, if the Rockies hold up with this lead, Brett Anderson was probably their most effective pitcher. But he can't get a win because he had to leave due to injury in the top of the 4th. Morales, pretty good. 3 innings, 1 run on the homer by Castillo, but Anderson, 3 innings, 1 hit, 0 runs.
Right, so shouldn't there be some kind of a change in the rule that it says if a pitcher leaves due to injury as opposed to
ineffectiveness? Yes. Yep. If I were commissioner,
if you were commissioner,
I'm not on that list that you just mentioned.
Get on there.
I'm happy where I am, thank you. You get criticized enough doing what I do. I want to become commissioner. Gosh.
I'm not the commissioner of baseball. I just play one on TV.
Well, the Cubs hoping to make that whole discussion a moot point by coming back and winning.
Tommy Kahnle is a rookie, and he throws hard.
96, but it missed.
He also throws a slider and a changeup. He's a product of the Yankee farm system. Drafted by them in the 5th round of 2010.
Works from the stretch with nobody on. That's a strike.
Man, that's a max effort delivery, isn't it?
Well, it looked like a changeup.
Pushes off that backside. Falls towards the first base side. So you talk about a situation where if Rizzo were inclined, push a little button towards third base for an easy base hit. With nobody on that side of the infield, essentially. Nobody by third base anyway. The pitcher falling way off. Well, what kind of a slugger wants to bunt when they're at Coors Field?
As a side from Rosario, sets up right down the middle, and the pitch is outside again. 3-1.
He's just humping it up there, trying to throw it as hard as he can. Is that Arenado as the rover out there in shallow right? I can't tell who's
no, it's LeMahieu.
Okay.
How are those glasses working?
Yeah, well, I can't see out there. You kidding me? Yeah, I can see, but I can't tell the difference between Arenado, Rutledge, and LeMahieu.
Swing and a miss. Fouled at the dish on 97.
Canley pitched twice in the series at Wrigley. Once effectively, and then the second time he gave up a couple of runs. I mean, he gave up the 2-run game-tying home run to Valbuena. The Rockies ended up winning that one 6-4.
Pitch number 7 of the sequence is ball 4. So a leadoff free pass. Here comes Castro.
His first walk issued by Rockies pitching tonight. Rookie ERA leaders. Canley right there in the mix. Jacob deGrom was the rookie pitcher of the month for July. The National League pitcher of the month for July was, surprise, surprise, Clayton Kershaw.
Short lead by Rizzo. And the pitch on Starlin misses in. Ball 1.
Ooh,
borderline.
Too high. You can read his lips. It's too high, he says. Borderline is correct. It was a Madonna hit, wasn't it?
It was.
Speaking of 80s music.
Yep.
This time it's a fastball right there at the top of the zone, and
could have called that one too. He did not. That's Marty Foster back there. 2-1. Rizzo at first, nobody out. Cubs trailing by 2 here in the 7th. 3-1.
Well, Castro hits the ball on the ground a lot. This guy has swing and miss stuff. So that's what Rick Renteria has to debate. He's already figured it out. That's the thing about managing. You have to make these decisions up well ahead of time, whether you're going to start a runner in this situation. Rizzo's got no lead.
And he walks Castro.
That's the other part of the equation. If you start the runner, you got a guy like Castro who likes to swing the bat. He might get a little jumpy, and he might end up chasing a pitch out of the strike zone.
So Jim Wright, the pitching coach, on his way to the mound.
This is kind of in line with my spring training theory. Why so many spring training games get a little out of hand? Because when you use a lot of pitchers in a given game, my theory is that one of them is going to have a bad night. So in spring training, when you use like 6 guys in a game, there's a pretty good chance somebody's going to go out there and just stink it up.
Yep. Well, a chance here. 2 on with no outs. There's a nice shot from just above our broadcast booth in the upper deck. Walt Weiss pacing a little bit in the home dugout as Ruggiano steps in.
Now, Ruggiano likes to hit the fastball. Canely has a good fastball, so he tried slider and missed. So if you're Ruggiano, I'm guessing he's just sitting dead red right here. Let it go.
Foul back our way. So according to your kind of theory, you might go back to stretching out bullpen arms maybe to 2 innings instead of just 1, and maybe spreading out their appearances a little bit more. Talk about middle relievers.
I'd be in favor of that.
The guy goes 7 and 8 one night. Go to somebody else the next night as Ruggiano went. That's a strikeout and a big one for Canely.
Yeah, the theory being, so if this guy comes in and he has a real clean inning and he's throwing the ball very well, I'd like to be able to send him out there for 1 more inning.
What about
there's just not many multiple inning pitchers on a pitching staff now.
So if that's your 8th inning guy, does he take the spot of the closer that night if he goes 1, 2, 3?
Yes, in my little world, I don't have an 8th inning guy. I don't have a 9th inning guy.
Why do we say that and nobody does it?
Because it's hard to think outside. If you're the outside the box guy and you fail, you're the village idiot. Why are you trying to be smarter than everybody else? And it's the default position. It's the safest position.
We've got a closer.
Here's my 8th inning guy. Here's my 9th inning guy. If they fail to get the job done, it's not my fault for putting him in there. That's what they're paid to do.
Two and 0. Brothers has joined Massett.
But Joe Torre back in the day, he would use Mariano, right, for a couple innings sometimes, or 5 outs. More than a lot of guys in this era, I would say.
Missed again. 3 and 0. The way Valbuena's been swinging the bat, I think you green light him here, don't you?
Yeah, well, yes, I do.
I trust him.
Yep, I do too.
Three homers last week. You're down a couple.
Well, he had he was loading up. He just didn't get a pitch.
So Canely has walked the bases loaded for Wellington Castillo, who homered his last time up. Rizzo, Castro, Valbuena all taking walks here in this inning.
Yeah, it's a situation in the home dugout where the pitching coach doesn't want to make eye contact with the manager. Here's what happened last time Castillo was up.
It's going to be it for Canely. Would imagine it'll be Massett. Time for a pitching change. Don't go anywhere. It's 3-1 Rockies in the 7th. Cubs threatening big time. Cubs and Rockies. What a gorgeous part of the country.
Check that out.
Brett Anderson, by the way, left due to low back spasms. That was way back in the 4th inning. Morales, Canely, and now Massett.
Well, Massett struggled with his control as well. You can see the 17 walks and 29 in the 3rd innings. Indicative of the control issues for Massett.
A lot of times I'll be driving and I'll look at clouds and I'll say, those look like mountains, but here they are.
They are the mountains,
yeah. Massett in 2 1/3 in 2 appearances at Wrigley Field last week walked 3 combined. And misses to start this at bat. 1-0 on Castillo.
Yeah, it's cut fastball there. 2 and a 4-seam fastball, cutter curve, and a splitter.
Three on, 1 out. Bounced foul. Don't hit it to Arenado, Willie.
No, yeah, we got to kind of
just forget 3rd base right now.
The situation with the bases loaded, hitters, they get a little greedy, understandably so. They want to do something big, but you got to be careful. You pull off, you roll over on one. That's when you hit into that ground ball double play. So think middle of the diamond, try to stay through and get extended through the ball and drive it. Think alley to alley.
Good leg kick. The pitch is in. Almost clipped him. 2-1. Lake on deck. Massett has nowhere to put Castillo. There has not been a ball put in play in this inning. 3 walks and a strikeout. Here it is. 2-2. Massett has dealt with a lot of injuries the last few years. Spent 2012 on the DL with the Reds. Shoulder issues, surgery in September. Did not pitch last year either. His 2-2 is up and in, knocks him down. Full count.
It's just a breaking ball that got away from him, backed up a little bit.
Big pitch coming up. The 3-2, and it gets away on ball 4, and the Cubs are now within a run.
The number of Cub fans in the ballpark applauding, and you hear the boos from the Rocky fans. They just sit and watch walk after walk by their pitching staff.
That run charged to Canely. 4 walks in the inning.
Well, I've always said that walking is contagious. One good walk leads to another.
What a song by the Fix. One thing leads to another.
Well,
Coghlan for Lake.
Yeah, Coughlin's been on fire. He's not going to get to face this right-hander.
We saw Rex Brothers up earlier. I would assume that will be the southpaw to face Coghlan. And now a 1-run game in the 7th.
Well, and he's not immune to the control issues either. 26 free passes issued by Brothers at 44 1/3. He hasn't really neutralized left-handed hitters either. They're batting .282 against him.
So tying run now at third. That's Castro. Valbuena. Go ahead run at second. Castillo is at first. And the pitch to Coghlan. A swing and a miss on the slider.
He's cheating. Thought he'd get a first pitch fastball there. Out in front of the slider. He continues to swing a hot bat. Went deep Sunday and showed some pretty impressive opposite field power.
Was off Josh Beckett. In the dirt, knocked down by Rosario.
Yep, you got to be ready for that ball in the dirt too. Rosario, last time I checked, was leading the league in passed balls. That was when we had the Rockies in Chicago last week. And the Rockies staff led the league in wild pitches.
The three relievers in this inning, Canely, Massett brothers, they've been all over the place. 4 walks. Coghlan
bet Ted Williams the last 10
days. Yeah, he also led the league in batting in July. The 2-1 from Brothers, 3-1.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good long sustained stretch of quality work by Chris Coghlan. He's taken this opportunity with the Cubs to reestablish his big league value. He's really been good.
Coghlan in the driver's seat here. The pitch, a strike. 3-2.
And ball's up, Marty, says Rick Renteria. Ricky appears to be right. Number 5 there on the pitch tracks.
Three and 2 on Coghlan. The pitch by Brothers is fouled. Third base side into the seats.
My apologies to Wilin Rosario. He does not lead the league in pass balls. He has 10. Travis d'Arnaud has 11.
Okay. Another 3-2. That's ball 4. And we are tied as Castro will trot home a 5-walk inning. Still only 1 out.
Cubs are not the most patient bunch in the world. They had not worked a single walk in this ball game until this inning.
Well, neither are Cub fans. Chris Valaika will bat for the pitcher Travis Wood.
Wood cannot lose. He can win if the Cubs take the lead here and hang on. He's looking pretty rosy right now. At least for the taking the lead part.
Yeah, Travis can hit. He does not, however, have a walk this year. He's never been a particularly patient hitter. 3 career walks. So I think this is the right time to bring in Valaika. And he lines to left. Valbuena trying to score, and he will. Chris Valaika with a sacrifice fly on a line out to left, and it's 4-3. They have the lead.
Not deep, but deep enough. Malaika delivers.
It's Charlie Blackmon out there. Interesting. Rosario kind of setting up on the other side of the plate, so Valbuena went toward the inside part of the dish.
Castillo had come off aggressively with contact, giving himself a chance to score on a line drive base hit, so he wasn't able to scramble back and tag and advance on that throw home. If it's a higher fly ball where you can get that immediate read, that ball's going to be caught, then you can get back and tag. And
1-0 on Alcantara outside. One of the newest Cubs, Chris Valaika.
Kind of rare to have a 3-run inning without a hit.
Two and one. We haven't seen too many innings quite like this, have we?
No, because usually in this ballpark the ball's flying all over the place. Balls are dropping in left and right. I guess I could understand the inclination for Rockies pitchers to shy away from contact a little bit. A lot of bad things happen in this ballpark when it gets put in play.
Three and two. Baez on deck.
Don't you just want to see a bases loaded at bat for Baez here? Probably wouldn't come off the lefty. There's another righty up in the Rockies bullpen.
Runners go, and another walk. And Baez will bat with the bases loaded.
Here comes Walt Weiss.
Well, the Rockies manager is probably nauseous right now with what he's watched to this inning. But man, you got to love what the Cubs have done at the plate. They're going to bat around, and they don't have a hit.
We may be witnessing history. It kind of has the feel of a Little League game, right? When the kids just can't throw the ball over the plate.
So we'll be right back. Baez to bat with the bases loaded when we return. Javier Baez with 2 outs and the bases loaded. 3 runs in as the Cubs have the lead.
So this is the 4th pitcher of the inning, correct? Canely Massett brothers, now Belisle. Now Belisle hasn't had the control problems that some of his predecessors here this inning have had this year. He's been hit around a little bit. He's got a high ERA, and home run rate is higher than you're used to seeing from him. Big chance for Javier Baez. Ooh, my.
That was the most impressive foul back to the screen we've seen all year.
That's a get over slider. Ferocious swing of the bat.
Driven deep to right and caught. Hit that one right on the screws, but Barnes able to run it down. This inning was all about patience, though, wasn't it? They get 3 runs. How many walks, JD?
6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them.
6 walks, and the Cubs now lead.
Foes are back in action here in the Mile High City at the very friendly Hitters Ballpark, where offense is oftentimes easy to come by. Coverage begins at 7 with Cubs pregame live, presented by Fields Auto Group. It's the Cubs, it's the Rockies. It's tomorrow at 7 on CSN.
Ryan Sweeney now into the ballgame to play left. That was a thing of beauty, even though he made an out.
Yeah, the way that ball exploded off his bat the other way.
Wow.
Yeah, to hit a ball that far the opposite direction on a line, that speaks to how strong he is. Well, bizarre inning.
And Travis Wood can get a win, and the Cubs did make the point that I tried to make earlier about starting pitcher wins moot.
Let's watch this ball jump off his bat. So breaking ball away. Yeah, like I said, I don't promise. Nobody can promise early results for this kid, but the at-bats are going to be fun to watch because he takes such a big swing and he's so explosive. And when he tears into one, it's fun to watch.
I guess Adam Dunn is pitching for the White Sox.
That would be fun to watch too.
Yeah, I'm going to have to watch the highlights of that later. as White Sox are getting thumped 16-0. Actually, I think he's done pitching. Let's see. No pun intended. 1 inning, 1 run. 12 strikes out of 22 pitches.
He's no John Baker.
No, Baker got a win.
Dart to the outside corner, just off. Blackmon had a real good series in Chicago. He has struggled since. It's that Detroit pitching staff who they just saw. They're going to make a lot of guys go cold. He's 0 for 3 tonight.
Well, whatever happened to the Rockies pitchers in the top of this inning, you just hope it does not infect the Cubs pitchers. Got to recalibrate the mound or something. The 3-2 is chopped foul by Blackmon. Mets beat the Nationals 6-1 the final. Zach Wheeler has won 4 in a row. Broken bat and roller to Baez, who's had a pretty quiet night. Involved in too many plays out there defensively, but handles that one pretty easily.
Yeah, with Travis Wood on the mound, there are a lot of outs in the air typically, and that was the case again tonight. And if there's going to be ground balls, they're normally to the other side of the infield. Castro had 3 chances, but pretty much it in terms of ground balls when Travis was out there.
Now Rutledge, a walk, a fly out, and an RBI single, and low for ball 1.
Six innings, 7 hits, 3 runs. 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, the line for Travis Wood tonight. The 2 strikeouts coming the last 2 batters he faced. And coming at a big time with a couple of men in scoring position. So he'll get the pom-poms out. Cheer for the bullpen to hold this lead.
Two and 1 on Rutledge. Out to right, Ruggiano makes the catch. There's Arenado.
Matt Garza to the DL, strained oblique.
Well, he was pitching a beauty the other day and had to leave early.
He's been on a pretty good roll.
Orioles beat the Blue Jays in Toronto tonight, 9-3. That's deep, way back there and gone to tie it. Arenado with 2 outs here in the 7th. It's his 10th, and it's 4-4.
Oh, Travis didn't have to wait long to get his heart broken. Win is gone with 1 swing of the bat. Tough to hold a 1-run lead in this ballpark.
Yep, it is.
Oh, look at that head. It head right down. And then the high finish. That's number 10 for Arenado. I think they're trying to get a fastball in on him. He's yelling at it.
So, two teams that played two extra inning affairs last week find themselves tied in the late innings. Popped up, shallow left field. Castro from the shortstop position will make the catch. Nolan Arenado with 2 outs in the inning takes right deep, and it's 4-4. A lot of very intriguing guys at Iowa. You see yesterday some I-Cubs with big performances. Eric Jokic, 8 shutout. Chris Bryant, 36 homers combined. Mike Oltz had a nice recovery since being sent down recently. And congrats to Jorge Soler and Jen-Ho Tseng, the minor league player and pitcher of the month in the organization, respectively, for July.
Yeah, Soler, he's when healthy this year, has been putting up those kinds of numbers all year.
So a 4-4 tie. The Rockies tied their club record by walking 6 in an inning in the 7th. And it's Rizzo to start the 8th. He began the 7th with a walk. And low, it's 1-1. Anthony with a 10-game hitting streak, then hitless, and then 8 in a row going into tonight. So that's 18 out of 19. 1 homer off the NL lead.
A little late there. He's late getting started. Yeah, it's been a while since he's gone deep, but he's continued to have good at bats and a solid approach. He'll start driving the ball out of the ballpark again. Been good tonight. Hit a rocket to second base for an out. Walked last time.
In and out of the glove of the catcher, Rosario. Castro and Ruggiano to follow here in the 8th, and a 4-4 tie.
Boy, he
got him.
Yeah, I think just a quick arm action there by Blau. Something about his delivery deceptive, and Rizzo was late getting started on all those fastballs. With 2 strikes, he likes to really minimize the leg kick, and he was able to do that. Still not able to speed up the swing enough to catch up to that heater.
By the way, those AAA numbers we showed you were from yesterday's action. 7-4 winner tonight at Omaha. Mike Alt hit a grand slam. Jorge Soler with number 4. And Dan Straley got the win. He went 7 innings, gave up 2 unearned runs. Zach Rosscup got the save. So even more good news.
Yeah, I thought I'd heard Olt hit a grand slam.
He did. Yeah. It's his first at Iowa. Check that. It is his second with the I-Cubs. Strop and Grimm, a couple of righties in the Cubs bullpen.
Wonder how many Cub fans that are at the ballpark tonight decided to come to this game because it was Baez's debut. Have to be a few, right?
Yes, I would say just a handful.
And I thought I read somewhere on social media that somebody came all the way from Chicago, got in the car, started driving.
How about that? Castro grounds to short. Rutledge throws him out. Cubs group outing is a perfect way to entertain clients, reward employees, or have a great day at the ballpark with family and friends. The Cubs offer special ticket packages for groups of 15 or more with exclusive benefit options, including parking and Wrigley Field tours. Call the group sales office, speak directly with an associate at 773-404-4242 or go to Cubs.com/groups. I want to give a shout out to let's see, Andy. Don't know the last name, but that's what it says on Twitter for mentioning the Alt Granny today. Appreciate that. A lot of Cub fans who keep an eye on the entire system every single day. We do our best, but we're calling a ball game here too. Let's see. King County won. Daytona won. The I-Cubs won. The big Cubs are tied. It's interesting talking with Ricky Renteria the other day. One guy who's had a real effect on him as a baseball coach and now manager. John Bowles ran the farm system in Florida for a long time and eventually became their manager. And he said, you know what a good day is for an organization? When the major league team wins. It's kind of a good way to put it, isn't it? Essentially, as Arenado gets Ruggiano. Yeah, you want to win at the minor league level, but it's about development and it's about the big league club. We've seen a lot of these types of plays here in the last week from Arenado. Still 4-4 in the 8th.
game. We have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to hashtag Northside Fan Photo for a chance to have it appear in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Look at that. Somebody got married at the ballpark.
I have.
Or celebrated an anniversary, perhaps.
Yeah, I have some info on that. It was sent to us by Nicole Bersani.
Well, happy anniversary.
Oh, wait, maybe Nicole works for us. I don't know. At any rate, congrats to the happy couple. I have no idea. I thought I had some info on it.
Justin Grimm, at times this year, has struggled with his control, but that has not been the case in recent outings. He has looked very sharp. Last 4 or 5 times he's trotted out there.
I do have a name, Gloria Warshaw, but she did not put her husband's name on it. So congrats, Gloria. And
Mr. Warshaw?
Well, yeah, I'm assuming that's her married name. I'm going to lose sleep over this. Swing and a miss by Stubbs, 1-2.
Hey, at least you didn't bail out of the pregame hit. Oh my.
Boy, that slider disappeared on Stubbs.
Yeah, and that's, you know, sometimes you can look at a guy and you look at his recent lines and you say, well, he hasn't given up any runs, so, you know, he's been good. Well, the results sometimes don't match the quality of the pitches, and that's what I'm getting to with Grimm's recent work. At times this year, he's really struggled with his command, but he's been able to ultimately post a 0, give up a scratch hit, maybe walk a guy or two, but ultimately get out of it. A lot of times you just watch the catcher. You know, if he's setting up over here and he has to reach back across his body for fastballs and lunging at breaking balls, that has not been the case in recent outings for Grimm. Catcher holds the mitts, you know, he's coming awfully close or nailing that target, staying closed and keeping that breaking ball, you know, in that area where hitters are going to chase it. And he's also been able to throw the curveball early in the counts for get over strikes. You always want to throw your best curveball that's going to go from the zone out of the zone for swing and a miss, because a lot of times guys are just going to spit on that one. Sometimes you want to just drop it into the strike zone.
Ed and Gloria. Congrats to Ed and Gloria. See if Grimm can keep this one tied. 1-1. That pitch was not as far in as Rosario made it look.
Yeah, that's
2-1.
That's kind of a difference maker too, that the ability to make that pitch in there. When a pitcher's not confident that he can make that pitch, he's going to cut it off. He's going to throw it over the plate, way down. Not going to finish inside.
Ground ball, base hit through the hole on the left side, and Rosario aboard now for the 3rd time tonight. Barnes with a 2-run double in the 2nd at the game-winning RBI in the 10th last Wednesday at Wrigley Field. Short lead by Rosario on the pitch from Grimm. I guess was outside, maybe high.
Maybe low, I don't know.
Or low? All right.
Well, look good on pitch tracks.
Low, yeah.
Good enough, but also not one you're going to jump up and down and scream at the umpire over. Whoop. Rosario's not going anywhere. Might hit and run though.
Swing and a miss. On a fastball with good life. Blown away. 2-1.
Brandon Barnes broke in to the big leagues with the Astros a couple of years ago after a lengthy stay in their minor league system.
Castro, Baez, low throw, dug out by Rizzo. It's a double play, and the inning is over. Castro to Baez to Rizzo. Kind of sounds fun, doesn't it?
A good job coming to get that one by Castro. Welcome back. RBI Baseball is back with all 30 MLB teams and 2014 players. Get the retro 2-button style baseball game you've been missing. Visit RBIGame.com for more details and download today on your console and mobile device. Now, the key for me is Castro coming to get this ball instead of waiting back. Not an easy play, tricky little hop, and he goes after it. And that really sets up Baez, gives him plenty of time here to make the turn. You see the base runner's not in the picture there. He doesn't get off the best of throws, but you'd rather miss low than high and let Rizzo pick it.
Did you see the play the other day in Arizona? Nick,
yeah.
Ahmed got his hand up. Did you think that looked like?
I didn't get multiple looks. I thought he was okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was okay.
That was the call. As the Diamondbacks beat the Pirates. Swing and a miss. LaTroy Hawkins, the former Chicago Cub, against a current Cub, Luis Valbuena. Bunted by Luis, picked up by Hawkins, and he throws it away. Valbuena on his way to second. Go-ahead run already in scoring position with nobody out.
A little bit of a surprise party there by Valbuena. He's got power. He's been hitting for power lately. He tries to nudge this one down to third baseline. Hawkins gets after him in pretty good shape, but a bad throw. It'll go as a base hit and then an E1, allowing Valbuena to get to second base.
Let's see how Rick Renteria wants to play it here. He's got Castillo at the plate. Sweeney is now on deck.
This is one of those decisions that has to be driven by your personnel. I don't think he thinks Castillo's much of a bunter. He's probably going to let him swing.
By the way, I believe Sweeney came in as a pinch runner. Did you notice that? For Coghlan in the 7th. Remember, Coghlan took a bases loaded walk. I believe Ryan came in as a pinch runner.
That one escaped
maybe during a pitching change. Sorry, we missed that, or I missed it.
Yeah, Chris got a little something going on.
Yeah, he didn't look 100% when I saw him in the clubhouse today. Yeah. But if Coghlan hits there, you assume he just stays in to play the outfield. Right. So. Got the job done at the plate. And a good night's work. Quick night's work. 1-1 on Castillo. Fouled back.
Troy Hawkins pitching this season at 41 years of age. He's been on the big league scene since breaking in with the Twins in 1995.
In the air to right. Valbuena ready to tag. Catch is made by Barnes. Not a bad throw, but really no shot at Valbuena. So he's at third. The go-ahead run there with 1 out for Ryan Sweeney. And we want to welcome those viewers who just watched the White Sox. They took it on the chin tonight, 16-0, beaten by Texas. Here it's 4-4. The Cubs and the Rockies. Javier Baez in his major league debut has gone 0 for 4. Cubs, though, have been able to come back. Briefly took the lead in the 7th. Sweeney will be intentionally walked. And Nate Scherholtz has a bat on deck.
A good job by Castillo getting that ball airborne deep enough to allow Valbuena to advance.
And there's a walk. Sweeney will tell you the Tigers got a run in the 12th. Alex Avila with a home run. And Detroit over the Yankees 4-3. David Price 8 2/3 in his Tiger debut. Struck out 10. Left in a 3-3 tie, so he got a no decision.
Did you walk anybody? Get the box score there. The norm for him lately has been, punch out 10, walk nobody, maybe 1.
David Price tonight walked 0.
Yeah. Oh, it's unbelievable what he's doing. All right, so the Rockies decide to issue the walk and play for 2 as opposed to pulling the infield in. Rocky starter Brett Anderson had to leave the ball game after 3 innings, so the bullpen has been used quite a bit already, including a 4-pitcher, 6-walk 7th inning by the Rockies bullpen. So Cubs much better position if we get into extra innings here.
The 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Despite all the pitches he has made through all these years, LaTroy Hawkins still has a fastball that sits right around 93 miles an hour.
Late that time on 94. Contra on deck. Rockies closer trying to save a tie. The Cubs have him at the corners with only one out. Here's a pitch. Hawkins has been doing this for a long time. He made his debut in 1995. He was a starter early. Really struggled with the Twins. He's been a lot better as a reliever. This is his 983rd career appearance. All but 98 as a reliever. Another foul by Sherholtz.
Yeah, 6 starts in 95, 6 more in 96, 20 starts in 97. And then full-time starter in the Twins rotation 98 and 99.
He's the active leader in games for a pitcher.
And in all those years, he never had an ERA better than 5.25. That's when they decided to make the move to the bullpen.
Ground ball. They'll try to turn 2. They will. And the Cubs cannot grab the lead as Sherholtz hits into a 4-6-3 to end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. The best the Cubs can hope for now, extras. On CSN for Cubs postgame live. It's presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Get the recap on tonight's contest and all the action around the league. Don't miss Cubs postgame live tonight, right after the ball game on Comcast Sportsnet. But based on the season series between these two teams, it could be a while.
Yeah, we'll be here for probably 14 or so. All right, we started a little early. 6:40 Mountain Time start tonight. Here comes Strop for the 44th time. And he's pitched to a 2.68 ERA. A strikeout pitcher. He's been tough to hit. League bats 180 against him. Pitched twice over the weekend in LA. Saturday pitched a scoreless inning. On Sunday he gave up a run. in the Cubs' 7-3 win. This is the third check that earned run he's given up since June 10th. Grimm good again tonight.
First pitch up to Baez on the ground, and cradles and throws to first. I like 9. You wore what, 70 in spring training?
I don't know.
9 works. Cargill will bat in the 9 spot. Carlos Gonzalez.
That guy is very excited about that development. He's got these folks pumped up. Step out, Cargill. Let Dire Straits do their thing. I'm enjoying that. Look at that. Cargo's 0 for 2 in the pinch this year.
He's been banged up. So out of the lineup, and you see this has not suited him well. Has not done it much.
Ooh, he's thinking about pushing one to the third base side with the shift on.
He keeps aggravating the ankle. That was in Detroit on a terrific catch over the weekend. Ow.
Yeah. Well, we had one in, where were we? Well, Carl Crawford pulled up on one, I think, at Dodger Stadium the other day.
Yep.
So sometimes, I don't know. I guess it depends on the game situation, the circumstance. I love it when players leave their feet and are willing to risk injury, but sometimes if you're a manager, you'd prefer they stay on the field. Hard to get guys to throttle back in the heat of a ball game.
Two and one. Mention this big crowd tonight, 35,043.
Gonzalez just 5 out of his last 31. A couple of home runs sprinkled in there.
Yeah, you know who Gonzalez reminds me of? A left-handed swinging version of Javier Baez.
Okay. I'll take a look. You're forcing me to pay attention.
Just on that last swing.
Side leg kick, yeah.
Able to hold up. It was kind of a long home run cut.
I saw a story in, I don't know if it was Baseball Prospectus or Fangraphs. The guy was doing a piece comparing Javier Baez and his swing to Josh Donaldson of the A's.
Okay.
And there was somebody else. Talked about the hand position and the big leg kick.
Ball 4. I would imagine he'll be lifted for a pinch runner. We'll see. Looks like he's going to stay in there and run. Might be in the lineup tomorrow. Quiet night for Blackman to this point.
Strop at times can be a tough guy to handle for the catcher, always for the hitter.
In the air to left. Sweeney was playing fairly deep, so comes in and makes the catch. 2 outs. And it'll bring up Rutledge.
The only reason I say that is, you know, he's got that hard slider, and sometimes he bounces that pitch, and that's a pitch that would allow Gonzalez to move into scoring position. Doesn't mean you don't call for it, don't throw it. You don't want to take an effective, possibly effective pitch and disregard it, take it out of the arsenal. Straight steal of second by Gonzalez. Probably not in play here because of the injury problems. He's only stolen 3 bases this year.
Strike called on Rutledge. Oh, 2.
Top of the 10th will bring the top of the order for the Cubs. If Strop can get out of the 9th here.
Bounce to third. Balbuena with a shorter throw. That's to Baez, and we will go to the 10th. And it is the top of the order. Alcantara, Baez, Rizzo in a 4-4 tie. Jack Link's beef jerky. Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Cubs picking up where they left off last week when they went to extras 3 different times, including twice at Wrigley Field against these Rockies. And it'll be Adam Ottavino against the top of the Cubs order here in the 10th.
10th inning. 8th pitcher for the Rockies. Injury to Anderson, the starter, limited him to 3. Morales came in and did a real nice job. 3 innings of 1-run baseball, and then the ugly 7th cost Walt Weiss a lot of bullets. Went through 4 relievers in that inning, so he is not well positioned for a lengthy extra inning ball game here.
Switch hitter Alcantara takes a fastball that got away from the catcher Rosario. Strike called, 1-1. Way inside, 2-1. Three and one.
Ottavino got the save in game 3 of that 4-game series with the Cubs at Wrigley. That was the 10-inning game after the day after the 16-inning game. It was his first career save.
Down the middle, 3-2. Baez on deck, then Rizzo. The 3-2. Fouled back. Well, for now, Alcantara in the leadoff spot. Could move down in the order depending on how things go. Ricky doesn't want him to put too much pressure on himself as kind of the table setter in the lineup. But he's going to be in the lineup. We know that. Another payoff delivery and another foul.
Yeah, I think you tell the kid, you know, hey, just go have good at bats. I don't care where I put you, whether it's first, second, eighth. Just go have good at bats.
And he swung at ball 4. Rosario to Morneau for the out. So 1 away. And here comes Baez, who has struck out twice, grounded out, and hit a rope to deep right for an out. So 0 for 4.
Tough part for the Cub hitters in this game. They're getting a lot of at-bats, but they're not getting multiple at-bats against the same pitcher. It's tough, especially when you're a young kid, right? You come to the big leagues and you hope to get 2 or 3 looks at a guy so you can settle in a little bit. Back knee action.
Yeah, you'll see that.
There's nothing wrong with swinging hard as long as you're swinging at strikes. That was a strike. You just didn't get it. Right, this is his 5th at bat, and it's the 5th different pitcher that he's faced.
Yeah. Yep. Got such a big load. Tough sometimes to keep those hands back. Swing and a miss. Tough one to lay off. 95 and elevated. 2 away. He's always ready to hit the fastball. This one just up just too much. One ball, no strikes on Rizzo. His first big league experience was a major struggle a few years ago in San Diego. Nobody likes to go through it, but in the end, he'll probably say, you know, I'm glad I did.
Most struggle to some degree, right? Very few guys come to the big leagues and just take off and play like they've got it all figured out. Talked about it when Mike Olt was going through his struggles. Mike Schmidt at the beginning of his career really struggled, hit a buck something his first full year in the big leagues, or his first significant amount of time in the big leagues anyway.
Three and two. And Rizzo upset as Ottavino strikes out the side in the 10th. Still 4-4. Tenth. Brian Schlitter's new Cubs pitcher. Bullpen has been really good lately. Now, Wright did give up the game-tying home run tonight, but Grimm and Strop with scoreless innings.
Brian Schlitter is a bit of a workhorse out of the Cubs bullpen, on for the 52nd time. And he'll face the guy who tied the ball game with that home run off Wesley Wright, Nolan Arenado, to lead off the bottom of the 10th. Ground ball pitcher. You see he doesn't have a high strikeout rate, 25 strikeouts in 48 innings, but generally throws strikes, keeps the ball down.
Arenado tied it with a home run in the 7th. Inside on a fastball. needs a second. They're in the 15th in Philadelphia. Astros and Phils 1-1. Marlins beat the Pirates 6-3, as I mentioned. Big 5-run 8th. And a base hit into right center for Arenado to start the inning.
Good approach against a sinker baller. Trying to shoot it the other way. Much more likely to get it airborne. Third hit of the night for Arenado. 2 singles to go along with the home run.
Brewers edged the Giants in Milwaukee 4-3. Gerardo Parra hit the game-winning homer in the 7th, his first hit as a Brewer, and the game ended on a video replay. It was a safe call at first that was overturned. Late swing by Morneau.
You have to really play deep in the outfield here if he's able to get one in the gap, get one to the wall, ball game over. So the outfielder is very, very deep. Again, with Morneau up there, they favor the left center alley, give him a little more room to operate in right center.
Outside on a fastball, 1-1.
Partly because of Morneau's used the whole field approach, and Schlitter being the sinker baller, a lot of pitchers are going to be running down and away from Morneau.
That is a fair ball, and everybody's safe. Go back to second. Arenado able to scamper back.
Seems to me Morneau got a big hit in the series in Chicago right down the third base line.
Yes, he did.
Well. Yeah.
Yes, he did. Might have been his first at bat of that series. But you know what? I'm trying to remember 7,000 innings ago.
Yeah.
To last Tuesday or Wednesday. So
that's what I mean. It's just a
little fuzzy.
Yeah.
Well, some trouble now for Schlitter. He needs a double play ball. Stubbs the batter.
Stubbs a tough guy to double because of his speed. I don't know about his bunting ability. I would assume he's capable. He's got one sacrifice bunt down so far this year. I'm certainly anticipating it. Got to keep Arenado engaged out there at second base. In this situation, that's the winning run out there. So there is a sense of urgency here to try to nail that lead runner.
Two on, no outs, bottom 10, cornermen in. And Schlitter with that inside move to mainly see what Stubbs had up his sleeve, and he gave nothing in terms of an indication.
Yeah, and no wheel play on here, so Cubs aren't completely convinced that Stubbs isn't going to swing the bat.
He bunts to third, which is exactly where he wanted to go with it, getting Valbuena off the bag. And now they'll probably walk. Well, they'll have to walk Rosario, I would think.
And so that's why, you know, with the wheel play on here, Castro's not as close to second base, and he would be breaking to cover third, and Valbuena would be crashing. So if they were selling out to try to nail that lead runner at third, that would be one of the ways they would do it. Just kind of played a standard first and second bunt defense there.
So Charlie Culberson will run for Arenado. Puts a little extra pressure on, doesn't it?
Well, it's interesting.
Take one of your best players out.
Yeah.
We
almost had ball over play.
Got the winning run at third, but
yeah. Well, it's interesting. I don't know. Walt Weiss's personnel as well as he does. Is Culberson that much of an upgrade over Arenado to justify that move? Maybe
Arenado didn't look great running off the field. And I think he fouled one off himself, right?
Yeah.
And then at bat, so that could be why.
And I think, if you're Walt, I guess his thinking is, look, I've burned through a whole bunch of my bullpen already.
Yeah, I've got to try to win it.
Do everything I can to win this game right here, right now.
And you're trying to win at all times where you're going to pull out all the stops in terms of your personnel.
Sometimes you kind of think, well, this could end up going 14 innings. I got to save somebody.
Let's send it over to Neil Funk and Stacey King.
Well, you got a ground ball pitcher on the mound. Barnes is fast. Grounded into a double play last time. 6-4-3 double play.
Well, Barnes won the game last Wednesday in the 10th. It was the top of the inning that night. And we'll try to do the same again tonight. Bases loaded, one away. That was also a game started by Brett Anderson and Travis Wood. Neither figured in the decision. 0-1. Here's the pitch. On the ground. The flip, the turn. We'll go to the 11th. Castro, Baez, Rizzo again.
Wow.
4-4. Walt Weiss kind of going for broke there, although Arenado appeared to be less than 100%, so takes his best defender out of the game for a pinch runner. But then Barnes hit into a double play, so Culberson now plays third. And Ottavino, who struck out the side, top of the order, now faces the heart of the Cubs batting lineup.
What a job there by Brian Schlitter to get out of that mess. It seems to me that the Cubs should win this game under the theory that if a team walks 6 men in 1 inning, they deserve to lose.
Driven in the air, deep to left field, way back. off the wall. Castro racing towards second, and he's in with a double.
Closer than it should have been, but a great start to the top of the 11th. Don't watch, just run. Don't watch, just run.
Ruggiano. Take 3 shots at grabbing the lead here. Do you have him bunt?
I like swinging.
Yeah, me too. And shows he was going to swing if he got something to hit, but he didn't.
Yeah.
Castro not able to advance.
Yeah, I also like anticipating that ball in the dirt a little bit better. See, to me, the secondary lead's too modest. Could be a little bit aggressive, more aggressive coming off there. Be better prepared to react to that ball in the dirt.
Two and 0.
You know, and Ottavino, because of his stuff and the fact that he's kind of tough to nail down, he's not, you know, he'd be a tough guy to get a bunt down against anyway. I throw 95-mile-an-hour fastballs with life up in the zone.
3-0. Valbuena on deck.
A double by Castro, just the 5th hit in the ball game for the Cubs tonight. Rockies have 11.
Three and 2. Tie score in the 11th, but you see at the bottom of your screen, Castro started the frame with a double off the wall in left. He's going to have to stay at second as Culberson comes in, makes the play on Ruggiano. It's a big comeback for Ottavino. 3-0. And he eventually gets Ruggiano on the ground out and keeps that runner at second.
Culberson in for Arenado, makes a nice play on the short hop. Mindful of Castro throughout, nowhere for Starlin to go. Rutledge rotated over to cover third.
Valbuena. Double play ball, a ground out, a walk, infield hit. On a bunt. Cut and a miss. 0-1. Jason Hamill really good tonight, and he needed it. After a rough start with the A's, into the 6th, no runs. 1-0 Oakland leading Tampa Bay. It's at the Coliseum. Outside, 1-1. We'll see the Rays on Friday.
This was their James Bond trip. Yeah.
Their formal tuxedo trip.
Joe Madden, their manager, he has all these different theme trips.
Drew Smyly making his Rays debut tonight and has pitched well.
A couple of guys were dressed up like the characters from Dumb and Dumber. The orange tux and the blue tux. Get a little more out there.
Villanueva and Rondon with Lester Strode giving them a scouting report. It'll be Rondon if the Cubs can push home this go-ahead run. Buena did that in LA as well. Kind of predictable, right? If we had just gone to 3-2 to start the at-bat with Valbuena up there. Well, to save Ottavino some pitches. Ball 4.
That can be one of your new speed-up rules when you're commissioner.
When Luis Valbuena bats, it starts 3-2.
The pitcher could have the option
of starting the.
You'd send any hitter. 3-2. You want to go? Game on. Let's go. Castillo's had good ABs tonight. Home run, walk, deep drive to right last time to advance a base runner. Boone Logan up in the Rockies pen. That's it, right? After Logan there, have to go to a starter.
Which they did in the 16-inning game last week. 2-0.
With during Ruggiano's at bat, he's having a hard time finding the strike zone with his fastball, and he threw a good 3-1 get over slider to get back in the count. Wouldn't be surprised to see one of those right here. But he missed with it.
Ball 4.
Yep.
They're loaded.
Ottavino did a double take. Wellington wasn't sure.
So Sweeney due, and Walt Weiss is out, and he's probably going to bring in Boone Logan. And he's going to double switch. Jason Pridey is coming into the game. So Barnes is out. They are loaded. 4-4. We're in the 11th inning, and we'll be back to Colorado in a moment. 4-4, Jason Pridey. Trying to look like Charlie Blackmon with the beard as Boone Logan takes over on the mound. Bases loaded. One away. Ryan Sweeney, the hitter.
28th appearance for Logan. Recently spent some time on the DL with the diverticulitis. ERA of 5.49. Fastball sliders from the veteran lefty. He's been with the White Sox, the Braves, the Yankees.
Castro at third, Valbuena at second, Castillo at first. The pitch is over. 0-1. That ball is into right, and the Cubs have the lead. Ryan Sweeney muscling one over DJ LeMahieu, and the Cubs now have a 5-4 advantage.
To cash in the leadoff double and looking for more. In on the hands and just muscled into shallow right. Pushed it on out there.
If he gets a few more feet of elevation, that might be the infield fly rule. LeMahieu able to get under it, but he just couldn't. Here's Baker, who could just bat and pitch the bottom of the 11th, but that won't happen.
Get him a win and a save. A week or so. Logan looks like with that delivery that he should be tough on left-handed hitters. This year he has not been. 324 prior to that base hit by Sweeney. And he's allowed 3 home runs. And just 30, well, it's 12 out of 35 now for left-handed hitters against Logan with 3 long ones.
Baker with a ground ball foul. 1-2. Rondon will get the bottom of the 11th. Schlitter, who got that big double play ball, can get the win. It was quite an escape. 2 hits to start that inning. Eventually the bases were loaded, but he got Barnes to hit into a 6-4-3. Strike 3 called for the second out.
Baker didn't like it, but it looked to be a good pitch.
On Alcantara. He's reached once on a walk. Grounded out, lined out, and struck out twice. Swing and a miss. That will end the inning. as the Cubs get a run on the Sweeney bloop hit. We go to the bottom of the 11th. Cubs 5, Rockies 4. Giving the Cubs a 5-4 lead, being out hit 11-6. But they had the advantage where it counts the most. And here's Hector Rondon.
For the 43rd time in pursuit of save number 15. Bullpen, aside from the home run by Arenado off Wesley Wright, has been really good again tonight. Been a trend last couple weeks or so.
So LeMahieu, Pridey, and Blackman. And Walt Weiss is playing for 2 because of what you mentioned earlier. He's out of bullets in his bullpen. He's got a. If they score 1, he's got to ride Logan as long as he can, and then probably use a starting pitcher. So
we don't see any sacrifice bunts in this inning.
I wouldn't think so. 97 and a strike, 1-1. Big story of this game has been walks. 9 taken by the Cubs, 5 for the Rockies, but 6 of the 9 came in a 3-run 7th.
Oop, overthrew that one.
99. You get a little added velocity
here. Yeah, you do. It just doesn't seem like it would be able to influence a baseball in terms of velocity at 60 feet 6 inches, but it does. Rondon has failed to convert 3 save chances this year. All 3 of those have come at home. On the road, he's perfect. Not as many chances on the road. He's 4 out of 4 with an 0.64 ERA in his road appearances. Cubs haven't won that much on the road. There haven't been as many opportunities. He's pitched in twice as many home games as road games. So you get back to that whole closer usage conversation, right? Is this an underutilized asset, a guy that throws this hard? Because you don't win on the road. You tend to, he goes long stretches without pitching.
or in these tight games, you don't use them until you have a lead. Out in his center, Alcantara, though, will get there for the first out. Jason Pridey, he's been around for a while. He was not, however, with the Rockies last week in Chicago. He was selected from AAA. Colorado Springs on August 2nd, 3 days ago. Signed as a minor league free agent, invited to spring training over the winter.
His most significant amount of playing time came with the Mets in 2011. Had 236 plate appearances that year.
Twins, Mets, Phillies, Orioles, Rockies.
Aside from the Mets, it's just been a handful of games with those other clubs. Yeah. 4 times with Baltimore last year, 9 games with Philly the year before.
That's a strike. 1-2.
235 major league at bats, 265 plate appearances, 5 home runs. So not a real power threat.
A chopper, and it rolls up the glove. Nice play by Castro on the bare hand, but Pridey was already past the bag. That ball rolled up the arm of Baez on the short hop.
Not an easy chance. Play he should have made. Does a nice job charging it, just doesn't field it.
Still have not put up on the board what it is, but probably an error. At any rate, the tying run is on with 1 out. Now they're going to give him a hit. Okay.
Wow. Some home cooking there.
Brings up Blackman. Nothing out of 5. And drilled into right. Pridey to second.
Well, the good news from the Cubs' perspective there, that ball was hit so sharply, no chance for Pridey to go first to third. One cheap single, one solid single, and the Rockies threatening to tie this ball game and possibly win it with an extra base hit. So if you're Rick Renteria, your thinking is the same here as what we talked about with Walt Weiss earlier. You're going for the win here. You got your closer on the mound, so you're not playing no doubles in the outfield.
That'll get out of play.
Giving your club the best chance to win the game right here and now. And willing to risk losing it on an extra base hit. You play a little deeper here in this ballpark anyway.
Yeah. Alcantara feels like he's 3 miles away.
There's a, yeah.
You can tell he's playing here. Second. I don't know how you can see the center fielder.
When the infield's in here, I always marvel at how much real estate there is between the infielders and the outfielders.
1-1 on Rutledge. Here it comes. 1-2. Ooh, that hit Castillo in a tender spot. He's good. I'm good. Yeah. Another long night of baseball, and the Cubs with a 5-4 lead in the 11th. Fourth time they've gone to extras in a week. Third time against the Rockies.
And Nolan Arenado is not on deck. Charlie Culberson is. He came in to run for Arenado.
So he and Tulowitzki, usually the left side of that infield, they're just watching. Tulo's on the DL. And he got him on the slider. 2 down. Culberson, as JD mentioned, ran for Arenado, who was at third in the 10th.
And that's one. If Culberson does not come through here when Walt Weiss drives home tonight, that'll gnaw at him for a while.
Hey, Jack McKeon twice took out Mike Lowell for Mike Mordecai as a pinch runner, 2003. Both times against John Smoltz and Eric Gagne. Marlins did not tie or win the game. Mordecai had a game-winning homer. Both times in extras.
I vaguely remember that.
You take Mike Lowell, maybe your best hitter, the defender, out of the game. Swing and a miss.
Gets the manager off the hook. But I don't know if you saw the interview with Bob Costas on the baseball channel. He did with the Cox and Torrey and La Russa. And he was asking about decisions and things of that nature. And Bobby Cox said, yeah, man, there's plenty of nights driving home where should I have done that? Should I have played it this way?
A 1-1. Slider, swing and a miss, 1-2. Well, so far a hitless big league debut for Javier Baez, but hoping it's a winning debut as the Cubs try to win their 6th in 8 tries going back to last week. 1-2 on Culberson. Pridey the tying run. He's at second. The pitch on the way, and he couldn't get him to bite. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Will Pridey be allowed to get a really big lead out there at second base? 2 outs, 2 strikes. The middle infielders are not going to compromise their position to tighten him up. And if he sees this pitch in the zone, he can just start running. 3-2 automatic go.
Another good play by Castillo. Well, you don't want second and third in this spot. Well, a single to the outfield most certainly wins it with Blackman's speed. As it is, they will get a head start here on 3-2. They should almost let you play with 4 outfielders here. Just add a guy, cover all the space. The 3-2 runners go. Base hit right field, and the Rockies have tied it. Friday scores. Charlie Culberson, just as we were saying, the guy who pinch runs sometimes has to come up in extras, and he comes through. 5-5.
Yeah, Culberson able to tie the ball game, get the second guessers off Walt Weiss's back after the ball game, and put the winning run 90 feet away from home plate. So the unblemished road record for Rondon is a thing of the past.
Justin Morneau, winning run at third. Well, if Rondon can get Morneau, Javier Baez will get another at bat. In fact, he would lead off the 12th. But we're not there yet.
Yep. Got Stubbs on deck, a right-handed hitter. Some may think, well, you should have walked Morneau here, but then you force Rondon to pitch with the bases loaded. With a winning run on third base, you like to give a guy a little wiggle room.
And now he's got him 0-2.
Yeah, at this point.
There goes the runner from first. Swing and a miss. We will go to the 12th. So a blown save for Rondon. But the game will continue. Baez will lead off when we return. It's 5-5 after 11. As we mentioned, Boone Logan, the final official reliever in the Rockies bullpen. We've got some starters they may have to use. And it will be Baez to lead it off.
And this really puts Walt Weiss in a bind. And he's got Jordan Lyles scheduled to pitch tomorrow. He's coming off the disabled list, so you would love to have a fully stocked, ready to go bullpen for a start like that, but they've been stressed tonight.
Baez in his major league debut tonight. He struck out in the first against Anderson. He grounded out in the fourth against Morales. Struck out in the sixth Also against Morales.
So they got Morales twice.
Yeah. High and deep. Right center field. Javier Baez with a home run. His first major league hit into the bullpen. Whoa, baby.
That ball exploded off of his bat. First major league home run, maybe a game winner. Souvenir time.
I think I tweeted yesterday he might have one of those 0 for 4s with 3 strikeouts and then hit one 900 feet or something like that.
Yeah,
you know, but that's
who he is.
That's who he is. Yeah.
But this kind of power, he hit the line drive the other way earlier in the game. Now to drive the ball this far, the opposite field that high, I don't care what the altitude is. That is an impressive swing of the bat.
Miguel Cabrera, 2003 major league debut, hit a game-ending home run off Al Levine in the Tampa Bay then Devil Rays. Anthony Rizzo grounds out to DJ LeMahieu. One away. Cubs leading 6-5.
He just changed the headline, didn't he? I'm 0 for 5. A little costly fielding miscue on a ball that was ruled a base hit. Could have been ruled an error. Nope. Take those goat horns off. Throw them away. Put on the hero's crown.
Lined and down for a hit. Castro's aboard for the second straight inning. A wild night here in Denver, and the Cubs lead again. Well, Rosario and Castillo caught for 6.5 hours last week. And we're up over 4 hours tonight. Two and one.
And the irony is, you know, early stage of this game really moved along.
Bouncer to third. They will get a double play. 5-4-3 to end the inning. Leadoff homer in the top of the 12th for Javier Baez, 21 years old, 6th major league. Cubs with another lead. Let's see if they can make this one hold up. If they do, Rondon would get the win. Baez with the go-ahead home run. And Carlos Villanueva will now try to get the save. So Chris Russin is the only reliever left after Villanueva. And hopefully that won't matter.
Yeah, Rondon threw a lot of pitches there in the 11th inning. And I don't think the Cubs don't want to stress him. So Villanueva with a chance to earn himself a save here. He hit 2 home runs in his last game at AAA. What a memory. First big league game, possibly a game-winning home run.
Drew Stubbs, 2 hits. And a first pitch foul. I had a long chat with Carlos before the game. He talked with Baez when he got to the ballpark today, just to kind of go over some of the ground rules about how to handle being a big leaguer. Swing and a miss. You referred to it earlier, and Villanueva was adamant about it. He said, you know, we like to hear from our own. We like players and veterans kind of policing ourselves as opposed to managers and coaches having to constantly make corrections. And he said this clubhouse has responded really well. Young guys have really handled it well. There's been a lot of transition this year. Stubbs swings and misses for out number 1. The Cubs do not have a kangaroo court officially, but he said we might try to bring it back in September. So that we keep little notes and things, and
a year's worth of transgressions.
Well, he said sometimes the younger guys could be a little sensitive because it can get a little rough in there, right?
It just depends. Yeah, you know, some clubs limit it to just baseball specific plays. You know, you don't tag up in advance when you should have. You know, I know I've been in kangaroo courts where it was an automatic fine if you walked a leadoff man in the 7th inning or later. Don't break up a double play, things like that. Other times, you know, you can have a lot of fun with it and start picking on guys for their wardrobe and, you know, any number of things. You know, things like being late to the ballpark obviously would be addressed.
Yep. 1-0 on Rosario, the catcher. And he looks at a strike. I think he's going to take a walk. Maybe he thought that was a pitch I should have gone after. Two and one. Michael McHenry's on deck. That would be for Logan. Bullpen is empty. Walt Weiss said last week he does not like the idea of using a position player to pitch. He might have to make an exception if they tie the game here tonight. Might not have a choice. You mentioned it, 4 pitchers in that 1 inning.
Yeah.
But if he hits for Logan, somebody's got to pitch if they do tie it. Three and 1 Down the line. Foul. Foul ball. It's 3-2. Just a loud strike.
Quick conversation between battery mates after that loud strike as to how they're going to try to finish off Rosario. Out in front of it, but he hooked it.
Rizzo just can't get it. That liner was tantalizing. It wasn't hit that hard, kind of off the end of the bat, but it got by him, and Rosario's aboard. There is a point, and we haven't reached it yet, but if this thing just all of a sudden you get to the 17th or 18th where the managers put their feet up, they have no more moves to make.
Yep. It becomes like a
Walt
sandlot
Weiss
game.
is really close to that.
Yeah. Just go
Can't
play
pitch
it,
run
boys.
for his catcher. Just you guys play.
Yep. I've used all my chips. Got nothing left.
Pitch to McHenry is a strike at the knees.
I think the analogy I used last week with Baker pitching was it's like the guy, the cop shoots all his bullets at the bad guy and then he throws his gun at him. Baker was the gun. This spot in the batting order has grounded into double plays the last 2 times up. There's Brandon Barnes.
Maybe Walt's deciding if I tie it here, I'm just going to ask Ricky, like spring training. We good?
Yeah, we good. I'm out of pitchers. We all right here? We take half a point each.
One and one on McHenry. There it is. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Long pause by Villanueva. Called strike 3. 2 down.
McHenry frozen by the Villanueva fastball. We're thinking he's going to get a breaker, and Carlos paints the outside corner.
Here's LeMahieu. 0 for his last 23. Remember, he was red hot when they got to Wrigley Field. In the dirt. Comes a 1-0 ground ball, backhanded by Castro. Baez at second. Cubs win. Cubs win. Javier Baez with a game winner. A leadoff home run in the 12th inning of his major league debut.
Storybook ending for Javier Baez. And if you notice, Anthony Rizzo took that game ball that Baez flipped to him from the final out, tucked it in his back pocket. I wouldn't be surprised if that shows up in Baez's locker after this ball game. What a start to his big league career.
Meanwhile, the Cubs have won 3 of 4 on this road trip. They've won 4 out of 5 against the Colorado Rockies here in the season series. And our GMC player of the game is Javier Baez.
He had been 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts until that. The decisive swing of the bat, an explosive launched home run. Great reaction.